is it the 19th of summer? Yeah, I think the 19th of summer, which is in fact a market day.
Ah, yes. Can we roll?
Yeah, if anybody would like to make a purchase on this lovely market day, go right ahead.
Can an amalgamous blob that is gray make a roll?
If you didn't want them to know you're a changeling, good job.
Can
So,
a placeholder background of a character
That's
in
what
a
I'm trying to
human
get at.
figure?
Characters that are not currently in the party, but have access to town can still, yes, make rolls.
Remind me, how do we do this? We list what we want and then roll all the consecutive rolls?
That would be a great way to get it done.
This fella rolled a nat 20. Get out of here. It's too bad you're a lizard.
Yeah. You do manage to collect enough coin to start a sewer, except you're crushed by it.
What the fuck?
He buys one brick and fucking dies in the middle of the street because he's a lizard being crushed by a brick.
Yeah.
You know, under normal circumstances, I would attempt to purchase something, but we all know how well I can spend money. It's not at all.
Go ahead.
So, how does the alchemy stuff work? Like, is the wealth DC for the materials or the finished product?
The wealth DC is so that you can acquire the materials you need to make the finished product.
That's good. That would suck if you spend like 5 days or something. You didn't make the wealth DC. Oh, I guess you didn't make. Oof.
I was asking, like, are these potions that are sold for a wealth DC of 5 to 8, or is it the materials I would get for 5 to 8 and then make the?
The
But,
materials
yes.
will cost you that.
Okay.
So you roll ahead of time. And yeah, I haven't marked up a resale value. You would probably need to make a batch of them rather than one if you wanted to be able to like sell something like that.
The more you know.
Mister, I see you keyed up, but you did not speak.
It
Yeah.
happened again. Are the alchemical supplies readily available on a market day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, unless there's something listed on the right that's like a noteworthy ingredient, like dragon blood or something, then you can.
Hey.
You know, I was scrolling through the campaign guide and I just realized that the intro picture, for people who are both getting murdered and doing the killing, they look very uninterested.
You will find that in pretty much all medieval art.
Very disengaged from what they're doing.
You would think with like paper and parchment being so valuable back then day, like they would always be serious with. But if you look back, there's a lot of goofy shit in there, like killer bunnies and frogs defending their young from a flaming skeleton.
I mean, it's a bunch of like monks, scribing all this stuff. So, like, they're kind of repressed, like, and they have a lot of time alone.
I'm amazed that that's what they draw, given they're alone and
How's that?
repressed, they could be drawing a lot of different stuff.
Have you not seen, like, they draw penis snails all the time?
I can't say I've seen those.
Mister's traumatized.
Alright.
Out of all of us, Mister is the one that's been traumatized.
Mic check.
Yeah, we're the one who has
We
to
hear
say
you.
We hear you,
the
Mister.
performance dick every other day.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they have a big habit of drawing like hares, like rabbits murdering people, and yeah, snails. Also
The
like
fuck?
monstrously large.
What are they, fucking like 8-year-olds? That's the kind of shit I used to draw my notebook at the age of 8.
No, they're very detailed drawings of like massive snails devouring night.
I've seen them, Meta. My point is, like, that seems like the kind of shit 8-year-olds draw, which I find amusing
Why?
because these are like old monks.
What are we allowed to buy?
I mean, what are you looking for? Typical non-magical merchandise, basically.
Oh, okay. I don't think I need
There are
anything.
no magic items on sale.
Because I bought them all.
I heard I don't think, and then you cut out.
I said I
I
don't
don't
think
think-
I need anything.
So be it.
I'm not even
So-
in town today. I guess I gotta make those wealth rolls for trying to copy these stuff into my spellbook, don't I?
Indeed.
Okay.
If I want to buy 2 of something, do I make 2 separate rolls, or do I make 1 roll for the total?
You make 2 separate rolls.
Okay, so we go down the list, see what I can get money for to start copying.
Are we allowed to train?
Yeah, you can start on some training. You've had 48 hours since the events at the tower, so you can mark off 2 days of training for something if you can succeed on a
Hey, so
on
I
a
got
roll
nat
to
20.
start. That is great.
Great, so that means on this day I'm able to get material components to copy that spell.
Yep.
Alright, so I spend these 6 hours to copy that spell.
How vague.
Indeed.
I wonder what that spell can be.
I'm basically taking downtime and just copying the spells until it works.
Does anyone remember how
I
much
think I wanna
normal
start-
manacles are costing? I don't
What?
have the PHB.
What did you say?
A normal set of manacles in the PHB.
I don't know. Got the spell
I
section
think
open.
they're
Pretty
like 1
sound.
gold.
They are worth several coin pieces.
Could I
They are
train
worth
to
2
use
gold.
a simple weapon like a club?
20.
A great club, I mean.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Something about a great club?
I said, can I train for a great club to learn to use a great club?
Sure, you can go and look at the training section and figure out what that entails. I don't think there's
Flashbot
much
doesn't
there.
do it that way.
It says 1 simple weapon, 6 weeks,
Yeah.
DC 5, limit 3. I don't know what that means.
That means you can only train 3 simple weapons that way.
Oh, okay. So what do I roll?
Just make a wealth check. It's a d20 and then minus 4, I believe, for your wealth.
What does it cost for restocking my healing supplies? Is there a cost for that?
It's a 5. I made a 6. Hey, yay.
What specific healing supplies are you trying to restock?
I just have a healing kit to stabilize dying people.
If you've used some of your healer's kit stuff, like I don't remember if it has like a consumable amount. I think there's a limit. Whatever the price of the healer's kit is, you could just probably make that as some. But I'm not looking at it. I'm too lazy to look at it. If you want to make a roll, but I'm not going to worry about it right.
It's a DC 5 roll.
Yeah.
Does it still have 10 uses?
Seems fine to me.
At least it wasn't a nat one.
Would have been hilarious.
I can see you rolling so badly you get a -5 total.
Wah, wah.
So how many days are we taking? Because that's going to influence how many times I can try doing stuff on.
So how many
these.
what?
How many days are we taking as downtime?
I really wish that my voice connection would not drop in the middle of what you're saying twice in a row.
How many days of downtime are we taking?
So far, you've had 2 days of downtime.
Okay.
Am I able to buy healing draught, or do I have to buy the materials and then craft?
It is probably possible to purchase it, but it is not cheap. It is much cheaper to. You do know that the nobles had some.
AGR, what
Is
would
there a
it,
set DC for that?
I have not made one. I can make one.
what would be the wealth roll for a masterwork quarterstaff?
Quarterstaff times 10?
Yeah.
Quarterstaff doesn't have anything, so
I mean, a quarterstaff is a really cheap item. In the like, you if you don't have one listed, you use the PHB value.
it's like
So
4 silver.
So you're talking about
Can
like
you
half a gold.
can you masterwork symbol weapons?
It doesn't get any properties added to it, but you can
Plus 1 to
master.
hit and
Yeah, you get
damage.
the +1 hit, +1 damage, but you don't get any of the extra special things.
Yeah, I'm just imagining as long as this roll isn't 0 or negative, I probably get it.
Well, it needs to be
4 civil, so 4 silver would be 4 gold, which is a DC of 5.
That works. Not today.
not today.
It's kind of fitting that the only thing I was able to buy was the healing stuff.
And we have to have the crafter feat to be able to make things.
No,
You have to have
proficiency
crafter.
in a tool. Crafter feat will make it faster to make masterwork stuff.
Yeah.
And it allows you to make masterwork stuff.
Yeah.
So I would have to have proficiency in alchemy supplies to be able to make healing draught.
That is correct.
Mhm.
Actually,
Unless
what items would be based off of woodworking tools?
you're a knowledge cleric.
What items would be based off of woodworking tools?
Yeah.
Benches, chairs, tables, doors, window frames, door frames. You could build sheds. You could build guardrails. You could build platforms. You could build a tree stand. You could build a doghouse. You could build
Build
a
a trebuchet.
chicken coop. You could build a barn. You need more than just woodworking tools to build a trebuchet, but you'd be partway there.
Can you enchant a simple weapon that is still masterwork?
You normally cannot enchant a weapon that's masterwork. That's simple. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I misinterpreted that. Can you AGR?
I
Usually it's
believe
just
that it
needing to
has
be
to be a
masterwork.
masterwork weapon. I believe that is all the requirements state.
Okay.
I guess in that case, AGR, I am. Can I attempt to make a very nice chair?
Sure, you can attempt to make a very nice chair.
It's a masterwork
So
chair.
so if you are going to do that, um, you have to come out the cost of the lumber. Okay, like I understand that you know how to cut down a tree, but you don't own all these trees.
Do you have to buy a tree?
No, but he does have to buy lumber, or or he could buy, he could go up to
He used to
the.
rent time at the lumber mill to saw the log into actually usable planks.
That's true as well. He has there are like requirements here. Like you can go down to where the charcoal burners are working, and they'll have logs already cut, and you know how to work a log to make lumber. You can go up to the mill with it. You're gonna have to haul it. You might have to haul it yourself. You got a horse now, which helps. Uh, you got to get like a cart. You know.
Wait, we got horses?
Yes, the party has horses.
Do
They're to
each of us have
keep?
a horse now?
Ooh.
Wait, they're not rentals? I thought they were
They
rentals.
They were to keep. Sir
Ooh.
Wolfen stated he would pay their upkeep.
Wow, you guys are like knights now, almost. That's neat.
Is there anything that we have to do to be able to be good at riding?
You all got a crash course in riding a horse. You don't have like proficiency in animal handling. These horses aren't like in love with any of you, but you can ride a horse as long as you're doing day-to-day riding type activities. You're not going to have a problem. If you are trying to ride them in combat, if you're trying to ride them in really rough conditions, you still might have to make an animal handling check here or there. Um, so
Okay.
I mean, if the horses love us, I imagine we'd have to be making animal handling checks too.
giggity.
Oof.
So I
With-
can't I can't like ride the horse while shooting my bow.
I mean, you could probably do it. You probably just do it at disadvantage.
Don't do it. You don't want to throw a flaming bow on your horse.
So I actually have a question for you, AGR. How many temporary wealth bonuses can I trade in for a permanent one?
So your wealth bonuses, they stack. There is a limit to how many I can allow you to stack on one purchase. Um, in order to make a permanent bonus, what I would tell you is you'd probably have to make some kind of investment. You'd have to take all of those and invest them into something. You, however, being a gnome, don't have any like property rights. So it might be tough for you to make an investment into something yourself.
Ah, so he needs us. So he needs to get someone to invest for him.
Yeah, and you guys took away my cutout, so I can't just use him to be like, I'm going to pay him to go do some skunk work.
I mean, he's a cutout. What were you expecting?
A little more use out of him.
He was
But-
useful.
But like, if he stuck around longer, he might learn things and potentially be rescued by forces not aligned with our interests, kind of like those elves.
They aren't going to be a problem anymore.
Right, just like cutout.
Would now be a good time to introduce my character.
Sure. Where are you guys currently located?
Well,
You've
if
been at the
we're-
market for most of the.
I'm at the
morning,
shop.
it looks-
Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean if it's market day and we're going out and doing things, but other than that, I have a question related to this. For proficiencies, are we spending 5 of the 7 days of the week training, or are we spending all 7? Because we got 2 days, and I don't know if that's 2 out of 5 or 2 out of 7.
It would be out of 7.
Okay.
Okay. They don't have the traditional concept of the weekend. Like they
That's what I
work
thought, but I just
through the week. I mean, there's also a lot of seasonal work. So people that are farmers right now, like it's not harvest season, it's not sowing season. They're doing other work anywhere they can find it to supplement their. So, yeah. So you guys can be hanging around doing market stuff. If you'd like to introduce your new character, that was.
So I've been like approaching some like civilians, asking them questions, and then I approach like probably one of the party, and like you see a person wielding a greatsword and a brigandine. He seems to be a paladin, and he has a holy symbol. He says, "Hello, my name is Berillion, and I'm looking for a changeling criminal. His current alibi is Bearslav, and I've been hunting him for several weeks. Have any of you seen a human with brown hair, brown eyes that goes by that name?"
Hey, that name sounds familiar. I've heard that before.
We
just
we
look
had a
at
guy named
Wilfred.
Cutout who looked like him.
Yeah, we actually have met someone by that. Is there any other identifying information that we could make sure that it was?
He's shifty, like a rogue, and then Berlian basically goes on to like describe the rest of the characteristics, and it's definitely Bearslav. And if I would have a picture, I would show it.
Yeah, there's unlikely to be a picture of the man.
No drawings.
I mean, you might have a sketch, some kind of simple sketch, but I doubt you have proficiency in any kind of artist supplies, so it's not going to be any good.
Yes, this is a human. It has 2 eyes, I think those are. Something resembling a nose, a mouth, sort of. And hair.
It's at this point a huge hulking feller, pale blue feller, comes in and introduces himself. Is that something about a changeling you said?
Pale blue. I don't think human skin comes in that color.
That is correct.
Is he a Goliath?
No, but I'm as tall as a Goliath.
He's probably a little fuzzy.
I don't
Have I
think
seen one of these before?
I don't think humans come in that size or fuzziness either.
That's what my character looks like.
Have I seen one of these before?
You've probably seen a furball before.
Cool.
They're not ones to frequent town. They do come around and trade at the outskirts sometimes. It's pretty rare that one of them actually walks into the city wall. It's not unheard of, but they're not disallowed or anything. They just don't usually like to come in.
Yeah, I was getting supplies for poultices and herbs, and heard about changelings. Critters speak of shifty gray people changing form and such, causing trouble here. The gnome people I talk too often, they leave. My friend's gone because of these type of people. I wish to solve problem.
This changeling infiltrated my church and killed one of the priests before my mentor and I found him out and chased him out. I tried to kill him, but he escaped. I've been tracking him ever since.
That doesn't sound familiar. No changelings here.
Hmm, the little one. Did I see you with herb supplies and poultices?
Uh,
Oh.
Which little one? The human or is
You.
Reverend around?
You. I am Loki. Sorry, I didn't know introduce myself. I am Loki. Nice to meet you.
Have you tried raising the key?
My real name is Honey Locust, but I say Loki because they don't like two names.
Would they still be injured from like the battle 2 days ago?
No, we're all healed.
Well-
I'm all healed.
I'm
For some reason, I'm still seeping blood out of every orifice.
Did you not?
Dear God,
your-
you're not
did not
healed?
roll your dice?
No, I'm.
Shopkeepers is just
I-
like shooing you away before you bleed on the produce.
I am actually healed.
Good.
Okay.
It's all good.
'Cause I can
AGR
heal
hasn't
you
been-
if you need.
Yeah, AGR hasn't inflicted me with like, Crohn's disease or anything.
Oof.
But yes, I do have some alchemical supplies. I am able to make healing droughts and a number of other poultices, I think is the word. Poultry? I don't remember.
I am a herbalist. I dabble a little in alchemy. Not very good at it.
I mean, I'm familiar with alchemy, but I'm definitely not the medic of the family. Well, I'm the medic, not the healer. That was my mother.
That's funny. I'm a healer. I know good at medicine, hands on, bandages and such.
Yeah, I can help people die more comfortably. I can't really close their wounds very well. That's what the alchemy's for.
Mm-hmm.
A completely unrelated question, but before we leave the market, DM, how many arrows can I carry on me at once?
I mean, a quiver holds 20. You can have more than that, I suppose, but it's not convenient.
2 quivers.
Okay, because
AGR.
my carrying capacity is pretty high. Like I could still add a full set of plate mail and still be under my carrying capacity, but like it doesn't, that wouldn't.
I
Where
think
would I
from
put
like
it?
a
So
theoretical maximum that you could have a quick access to, typically you can have like a quiver close to your waist, like at your back, and one up on your back that you would reach up over your shoulder for. Really, either one is fine. Usually people pick one. Technically you could do both, but that's I feel like that's maybe a little excessive.
I mean,
Now you can
it's
hold more than that, but if you want quick access to them, I think that would be your theoretical limit. And then
Okay.
I might like decide to inconvenience you and have lightning strike you.
okay. And if in the middle of combat I run out of one of those, is it like a full action to pull out the other one, or is it like a full minute?
I would probably call it. If you were carrying 20 arrows in your quiver and you had more in your pack, I would probably call it an action to just grab a fistful and stuff them in the quiver, which is going to be like a whole other quiver's worth if that's what you want to do. But it's I feel like you deserve you deserve the problem if you've run out of arrows in the middle of a fight. I just don't see how that's a likely issue.
We decided to fight 17 rocks.
Oof.
We wouldn't run out
Sustained
of
combat.
arrows. We wouldn't run out of arrows before they are all dead.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
since we're
just
talking about
asking for
buying,
future reference.
since we were talking about buying stuff, how expensive is pig manure, or basically animal manure in
It's
large
not
quantity?
not particularly expensive,
Except that
but
backguano. That backguano set me back
It's-
quite a bit.
it's not. Obviously, there's an abundance of it. It does get used, but like it's not particular. It's not prohibitive. How much do you need?
What
Only
are the
like
dimensions of the
half a ton.
clubhouse again?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
Just
something
on the
like
X and Y axis.
20 by 40 or something. I have to go look. I don't actually think I have it on hand in a convenient place. You're trying to have enough to fill the clubhouse?
No, not to fill the clubhouse, just to Crusader Kings it if needed.
Ah, to put under the floorboards.
Yes. How much would that require?
Yeah, about that much. Yeah, you can make a wealth check if you'd like to try, and I'll let you know how much you can get with that wealth check.
I'm not actually attempting to buy it, just kind of like scouting around for the financial information.
I mean, you can get enough for a whole garden with like a check of maybe 3. You can get enough to do that, twice over for maybe a 4, and then enough to do that 5 times over for a 5, which might be enough to Crusader Kings the floor. But it's going to require a lot of effort to haul all that into that space.
Right.
It's also gonna smell like shit.
This is true.
Shit does
This-
indeed tend to smell
So
like
if
shit.
we don't immediately use that ability that we have now created, we're just gonna be sleeping in a giant pile of shit.
Yummy.
This is a long-term thing I'm looking into. Besides, we might need to, Crusader Kings a different house on the orders, or I should say, in a manner of which is convenient to our boss. So it might be handy to know how easy it is to get access to ready amounts of pig shit.
What I would tell you is you would have to transport all of that to that home. And if the guard sees you transporting that quantity of manure through town to an address in town, there will be questions because, believe it or not, the guards do know that there is some actual like danger to what you're doing.
Interesting. So pig shit is okay. So are we allowed to conceal carry our pig shit?
You can't
Methane.
conceal carry a wheelbarrow.
You would need many.
Hide it
Blizzard
under
is
Kurt.
rolling great.
Hide it under
Blizzard,
Torment's
Blizzard.
Kurt.
All right, good to know.
All right,
That
so
solves my inquiry.
I think Berlin, Berlin.
Do you need to change that name to something you can pronounce? It'll
I was
be
about to say Burslav.
Bear loins.
No, you're the real Bear Slav. We killed the bad Bear Slav. That's what happened.
Beryllium.
Benelli.
Barium.
You don't need to bury him. Spiders get him.
Barely, since everyone's lying about what happened to Burslav and how they don't know him, Berlin would ask like one more time if anyone knew anything, and that he can't rest until he finds him and kills him.
I feel like the party
And
gave you really mixed
roll
answers.
insight. Roll an insight check.
You might want to.
No changelings in this town.
I know nothing of no Bear
I know
Slav.
that name.
No, Tormund, I don't think you do.
Yeah, I've heard that name before. Yes.
It was probably because you were drinking again, like you always do.
Torment has
I think-
admitted to knowing about this character, so insight check or not, you know he said that.
What do you know? Do you know where he is or what happened to him?
No. I just know I've heard the name before.
Can I insight check Berillian to see if he's really like this is his true intentions, or he's
Insight
like
check
another
away.
changeling trying to find his associate?
I tried to insight check Wilfred.
Is this the point where I walk
No.
up and just assassinate the new people?
Yeah, probably.
Hmm.
All right, so I have to roll for whatever it is that it is.
Yes.
Is he telling the truth?
Loki
Oh,
narrows.
yeah.
Sorry,
eyes.
that's supposed to be a
either-
+2, not a -1.
Make
That's it.
make either a make either a deception or a persuasion check. You don't have to tell us which one.
Oh no, it is a +2. It's just Wilfred was in between.
Yeah. Borellian.
What about Wilfred?
There you go. All right. Well, Emmy beat your roll, so are you lying about what your intention?
No, I am definitely telling the truth. And like he could probably see like maybe like hints of annoyance, like what's going on. I just need to find this guy.
Do I recognize his holy symbol? You mentioned
would-
that he had a holy.
I think
holy
you would
symbol.
probably recognize that he has a symbol, and it would be, I believe it's Silhana
The
on it.
holy symbol of Silhana.
Mhm.
The symbol of the god of the elf hate.
So I insight checked Wilfred's thing about no, we don't know any Bear Slav.
I didn't say I didn't know any Bearslav. I said no, there are no changelings.
I mean, he's still beaten.
Yeah. Well, you know that what he said was unconvincing.
I would say though that all the changelings that Wilfred knows is dead.
You say that out loud after he looks at you more intent.
No, clarification to AGR.
So, moving along. Yeah.
So after reading him, I will say I will look to the rest of the party and I'll be like, why are you doing this? This man is obviously on our side. Can I look at Loki? There's not really anything. Can I see if he's shifty? Is he shifty? Does he look shifty? I don't know if I need to roll for that.
I
Does he
mean,
look
I got my
Jovish?
character's picture right there.
Historically, you would know that furbolgs they're outsiders, but unlike most outsiders, furbolgs are not typically distrusted. They're not social. but generally they're pretty well regarded as not being too shifty.
Okay. And if he is a changeling, would I be able to do a roll to check his changed form? Is there a way to?
He wants to check his dipstick.
I mean, you could poke him, see what he bleeds.
Oh. Okay, I'll do that in a second.
Just shanks a guy in the middle of the tavern. Who
Yeah,
are you?
I'll deal with that in a second. Okay.
Can I pull him
Yeah.
aside for a second?
So I'll look at Beryllian.
Hold on. I'm sorry. What was that, Sleuth? I couldn't hear you.
Can I pull Emmy aside for a second?
Sure.
She pulls out the shiv and is like, maybe calm it down.
Do you need me to move you guys in a different channel, or do you just want to say?
I mean, I'm fine either way.
Oh my. Freaking lizard.
So
Hey, Mick, they're
sounds
plotting
like
your
Anthony's not
their
here.
revenge.
I sure everything be okay. They need moment, that's fine.
I'm pretty sure that's not what's happening.
I have a flaw.
they're gonna-
I have a flaw. Guess what the flaw is?
Dead?
That you smell like elf.
I'm gonna screenshot it.
Oh, don't tell me that you want a constitution. But yeah, no, there's no changelings here. Nothing shifty going on in this town.
No.
Just a woodsman, some people, a gnome sitting in a clubhouse.
No, I'm going nowhere near your shit-stained clubhouse at this point.
It's not filled with shit yet. I haven't done any of that. Just, generally getting an idea for what I would need to acquire if we needed to do that.
You know what?
And we already know the ground is quite poor.
I don't think I'll send the flaw yet.
I mean,
I'd like to have it play out.
this day, you would have seen Revert go around the market, and he bought like high quality inks, good quills, and bat guano, and then just fucked off.
Bat guano, weird alchemy ingredient.
And you
Yep.
probably don't see him till like much later that night, and he probably comes back with like an eyebrows like halfway singed off. He smells strangely of sulfur.
And bat guano.
No, it doesn't smell like bat shit because he didn't rub that on himself to try to put out the flame.
Yep.
You know, technically, I am a shapeshifter. Not the way you think, though.
I stab you.
The fuck you guys doing in our clubhouse anyway? You didn't even knock. You just walked right on in like you own the place.
Wait, I thought we were meeting at the tavern.
Were we?
Let's say we are, so that it makes sense for us to not just immediately shoot Beryllian and Loki on sight for just walking into our place like, hey, look, they're hostiles.
And then the local adventurers walked into our home. Insensitive, rude assholes. We
Yeah,
killed
except
them.
we are the local adventurers, so it would have just been, we just shot these random fucks that just walked into our house.
I miss big sign say no solicitors! An exclamation mark. I know read.
Were the bear traps not enough?
Oh,
I knocked on the door.
I know bear though, so but that don't count.
I love the caveman Russian accent.
I'm gonna see how long I can pull it off.
Just whatever you do, remember what your own voice sounds like. Otherwise, you'll get stuck in it like I did with a pirate accent.
Oh God, no.
I was goofing around with some friends. And we were doing voices, and I was stuck in a pirate accent for the next like 5 hours.
So I cast Power Word Kill on the entire party.
Okay.
Right. Counterspell.
5.
I would like to, as a reaction, cast shit my pants.
I turn
Okay.
to but fuck off.
You can't shit your pants because you're dead. So I will come back from this
Au
aside,
contraire.
and I will look at Berillion, and I will kind of like look at him and look at his holy symbol, and I will say, could you? I don't need to do it, but could you just take out a dagger or use your sword and just slice tiny drop of blood, just a prick, because
What color do you bleed, boy?
yeah, this town is on heightened alert specifically about changelings, and we need to make sure that you are not acting as a double agent.
Holy shit!
So
Way to go, Emmy. Way to
So-
blow our cover.
That's real interesting. No civilian ever. Interesting.
As soon as he said pull out a dagger, I do so, and I just cut open my hand
Okay.
with no hesitation whatsoever.
Roll a
it
d4.
Ah!
So what color is his blood?
Woman
Black or
approved.
red?
Neon pink.
Oh shit, they're evolving!
Skittles taste the rainbow, but roll a
Jessica.
d4, please.
Desecration black. That's the color of his blood.
It's Heretic Gray.
I roll a d4.
Yes.
This is gonna be damage.
Okay, you take 2 slashing damage. Yeah, so he bleeds. It's bloody blood.
Okay, cool.
I'll
And then
take
I will
my bag and patch it up.
I will just cast healing word on it.
All right.
It'll actually just like start healing on its own because I just lay on hands. My hand.
All right. You
Yes.
see,
A lot of people
Brilliant kind
doing
of clasps. He clasps his hand shut, and he opens it, and the wound appears.
Am I familiar with this ability of paladins? Is this a thing that I would know is related to the church and is a divine ability, or does this just look like heresy?
No, it seems pretty normal.
Okay.
I mean, you can't do it, but you're pretty sure there's paladins.
I mean, you sure? I mean, it could be heresy. Maybe you want to throw down.
Yeah, no. And then I will look over to Loki, and I will say, I'm really sorry, but if you could do that, I have an arrow if you want to just prick your finger if you don't have anything sharp.
No, I okay.
You don't have to.
But I want to know
No way you
more
have to.
if I do this. Is that okay?
You want to what?
No more. No citizen say something like this to other people. It's interesting.
Pullman's gonna raise his shield and spear. Just cut your
Uh.
hand.
I bite my hand.
Okay. Roll a d4.
Oh god, he's an auto
Holy
cannibal.
shit. My bite does a D4? Damn, Daniel.
There you go. Against yourself, it does. All right.
Uh,
Yeah.
Does he bleed, or is he all black and goo?
No, he bleeds. It's blood.
Okay. And do you immediately try to heal yourself, or because I will cast healing word if you don't immediately heal
His blood smells
yourself.
a little like maple syrup.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, well I will cast healing
Pullman's
word if he
gonna
doesn't
kind of get
immediately heal
close,
himself.
sniffing.
Furbolgs are Canadians confirmed.
You heal
Pancakes.
for 6 hit points.
That's very interesting.
Pancakes.
And what about yourself?
Pancakes.
Well,
I'll
you brought it
take
up,
out.
So let's go talk somewhere not in public, and we will do it there.
You mean the place where you already brought up changelings and blew our cover in front of a public?
There's a shopkeeper in this little stand. He's just standing
Oh, I
there.
thought we were
He's been
alone.
just staring blankly past you guys, just pretending he doesn't see you all right in front of his shop, just occupying the space in front of his stand. He's just staring right past you like, when are these fuckers gonna walk away so some other customers can come here?
Meta thought that we were just outside but alone.
No, man. Y'all were in the middle of Market Square.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of
and-
people talking.
I say to him, Silhana, bless you, and then we can walk away.
I haven't even looked at
Why
what
am
kind
I
of gods
so
you have
bad at
available.
He
for
he
this.
gives a polite smile and a nod at the gives a polite smile and a nod at Borellian. But as you guys walk away, you see he kind of rolls his eyes. He starts to gently greet somebody and wave them over to the counter right as you guys step away.
Why am I so bad at this?
As they walk
I don't
away,
know.
Revert's gonna look at Emmy because it's kind of in her wheelhouse. He's gonna kind of motion like, do you want them to, the kind of motion, like, do you want Revert to take care of them when they start walking away?
Making sure that
Snap their neck.
they can't
One
see
quick-
what my head is doing. I'll shake my head no. Just like be behind him for like half a step. Just shake my head no at him.
So you guys make your way up to the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I go in first.
Okay. There's an elderly gentleman in the clubhouse and a couple of young men who are holding a long table, and there's a couple of pieces of furniture in here that you don't recognize. The man is saying, "Hi, get out. Thanks."
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Someone occupying the
Wait,
house?
what?
You walk in the house, and there's a man there and a couple of young men that maybe are his sons, his grandchildren. He says, "Get out."
They taking our house from us.
Loki looks
ethically
very
speaking,
confused.
squatting.
The house was empty this morning.
So
I confuse everyone. Stand here.
Wilfred's gonna back up a bit. So who are you guys and what are you doing here?
Do you back up far enough to get? You were in the doorway, so you back up.
Oh, I was in the doorway?
So you back up.
Like half a step back, yeah.
Okay, he shuts the door.
I turned to like whoever was leading and asked, like, were you guys just squatting here?
To be honest,
Maybe
this
the
house
next
was kind
door.
of a
You
legal
guys
gray
next door,
area.
right?
I actually don't remember which house we are staying at. I'm from the village out of here.
I just look at Wilfred with a puzzled look.
I don't know, there's an old man and his what I assume are sons in there?
Did they take our house? Do you own the house we were in?
What? No. No one owns this house to my knowledge. So he
Apparently
probably
someone
recently
does.
acquired- Yes, they probably recently acquired the house, and that's why they're in there.
I'm super confused, and I look to Barloin, like whisper hit to him. Is this normal? This weird?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
This doesn't seem to be a normal group of people.
Ah, true.
Wait, we didn't have this house?
No. No, we didn't. Now, follow me, and I'm going to lead them to the house with the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, you walk down to where the house with the tunnel is. You notice that there is no house in that space. There is now a big filled in patch of dirt in that space and a pile of planks, which were probably
Bruh, what
that
is
building
going on,
a day or
man?
two ago.
Alrighty. I'm going to now, okay, follow me this way, and I'm going to proceed to walk
Um,
out
I'll
the
walk
north
up.
gate.
I'll walk up to Wilfred and say, maybe Sir, our boss.
Let's not impose on him.
Wilfred, are we lost?
We
Do
wouldn't
you
want to
walk
impose.
past Sir Wolfland's house? You would have to, actually. It's by the north gate. You
Yeah.
notice that the front room, there is no furniture in the front room of Sir Wolfland's house.
Oh, Sir Wolfland got a promotion, didn't he?
Interesting.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, wasn't that the one he shot in the face with an arrow?
No.
That's the other campaign.
That was totally the elf that shot Sir Wolfland in the face. And that's the last word on that, right?
No, that was the other campaign. That was Dakota shooting the guy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If everyone will just follow me out the north gate, please.
Is this is all happening like out loud, right? Berlin would totally hear the mention of elves.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Loki
none,
would
none
also
of that
perk
was
up on
happening out
elves.
loud.
We're not.
None
Yeah,
of
we're
that
not
was
actually
happening
talking
out loud.
I
That
don't
was-
think they have much reason to have said anything out loud about that.
Yeah, no, we
Alright.
were talking about the other campaign.
Yeah. All right. We're I'm gonna lead them out of the north gate and into those woods where, you know,
The
we
woods
did the stuff.
are gone. No, they're still there. Everything's fine.
There's
Yeah,
a
you
set
walk
of trees and 6 nooses hanging from them.
Oh, that's good.
Each noose is
Wilfred?
labeled cut out number 2, cut out number 3, and so on.
Wilfred, are we lost?
No, I just want to get us in the woods. Everybody in the
Can I just
woods.
make sure that we're alone and like shouting distance away?
Yeah.
Like more than shouting distance away from
Make
any.
a perception check.
I'd like to keep my owl on my shoulder, just keeping an eye out for stuff.
There's a boy and his pig.
How close is he?
I think that bear lion
And he narrows his eyes. And then he
would
rides away. But
As
he
rides
doesn't break
away.
eye contact with you the whole time until he's inside the city gate. You just see him
I-
staring back at you.
I broke eye
smiled, mate.
contact with him. I just saw him and I was like, oh fuck.
AGR, thank you for making my backup character so great.
My owl's head rotates 180 degrees to stare at him until he's through the
He
gate.
just rides backwards on the pig, just staring the party down all the way until he rounds the corner into the.
I mutter something like, that impressive. You didn't fall into that.
Idle's not even looking, but the owl's head is 180 degrees.
Plot twist. The boy and his pig was the big bad the whole time.
He's the changeling we're looking for, isn't it?
Mick.
Okay.
Huh.
Don't spoil the plot twist. Jesus Christ, man.
Damn, you gave it away.
What a
I
twist!
guessed it.
So Berlin would stop before we leave shouting distance, and it's like, all right, I've been following you around. I don't know who you are. I've proven myself not to be a changeling, but none of you have done the same. For all I know, you could be leading me into a trap where you can just bury me and kill me. You outnumber me. We're far enough away from the town, but I don't want to
We're-
get too far.
We're like 30 feet from the gate.
I know these forests. They're
Like
no
the-
traps. I
Like,
came from
like
these forests.
to clarify,
will
this
take
isn't
out one
really
of
a
my
forest.
arrows,
This is a
poke my
grove of
hand.
trees, like the size of a playground in real life. Like this area is really small.
It's not that big.
Well, Meta said he wanted to go outside of shouting distance, whereas I'm stopping just before we leave shouting distance.
I mean, at least the way AGR's
Just
described
for
this
what it's
place,
worth,
you're in shouting
this
distance
is
the
like
entire time.
the north gate. So you know that church that the church that you like grew up in is like right across the bridge north of you. I'm about to post a map. I'm just for some reason
Yeah.
it's being weird.
From personal experience being in this area, the entire thing is within shouting distance of some civilization. So it's going to be impossible to not be in shouting distance, which is perfectly fine. There's a reason I'm leading people here.
Die!
All right.
All right. Does everybody follow Wilfred into the woods?
Well, the moment he says that, I'll pull out an arrow and I'll poke myself.
All right. Can I just mention how really annoying it is having this size limit? Apparently I didn't save the smaller version of the temp, so I keep shrinking the map and resaving it. I probably should have just saved it as like a JPEG or something so it'd be smaller, compressed it more, but whatever. There it is. There you go. Fuck. There's the map. And yeah, that's a better one.
That you guys see that area just outside the north gate, that little grove of trees?
The Portal Grove? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, the one where the well was with the original portal.
Right.
Did we ever?
So at that location, Wolf's gonna be, okay, we are safely out of prying eyes and numerous passersby. Rever, would you like to take this? You are far more competent than me.
I have no fucking idea what you're doing, man. You're out in the middle of the trees. Good job. What are we supposed to be doing with them now? I mean, Emmy was saying she didn't want to just, kill them and dispose of the bodies, so I assume we came out here for talk about something.
That's
Oh.
really weird.
We ever
Okay.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
I was concerned we were going to have to contain the situation.
You
I
people
just
are
wanted to
very
be away
strange.
so we weren't like people couldn't hear us.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay. So we're interrogating them. Got it.
No,
So tell
we're
us what
not
you know about
interrogating
them.
We didn't want their screams to be heard. I got it. I understand.
Idol's going
There's
to
literally an
scoot away
old
from
couple and a grocer that I go to right outside of these trees. Like, people will hear.
I'm gonna
Yeah, you can barely make out the old woman is sweeping in front of her house right.
Idol's gonna scoot a little bit towards Emmy and away from the rest of the party because they're kind of freaking her out right now.
Yeah, I'm making some gestures like as if I'm uncomfortable, like a scooch away.
Like maybe I should head out.
So what do you guys want to know?
Just rest on the hilt of my greatsword.
So, DM, this old woman is, if we speak in a normal speaking voice, she will
She's
hear
not-
us.
You know that she is not. She's not deaf, but she's old. It's probably a little hard of hearing, and she's pretty far away. She's not like super far away. If you talk loudly, she might be able to tell you're talking. She probably can't currently see you. Her eyesight is probably significantly worse than yours. But she probably wouldn't be able to make out what you're saying unless you actively shout.
See,
Okay,
guys,
but if there was
perfect.
a middle-aged or young person walking down the road, exactly where she is, they would be able to hear us.
They would still probably not be able to make out what you're saying. They might be able to hear that there is talking.
Okay.
We should be fine, Emmy. Either everything that's gone on, everybody already knows about because we are the worst, or no one knows because they are just that dumb.
Okay. Well, how about we just try to speak in low voices anyway?
That works.
If
What?
Revert, okay, Torment. Revert, if you don't want to take this, I can take it.
What are we taking exactly here? So we're
I-
out in the woods, okay? What are we doing here?
I'm
Well,
thinking if we're going to talk to these guys, we still stick to information containment.
I thought we did all the talking in the market square. You know, one guy's looking to murder a particular changeling, and the other guy is just curious.
That's a good point. The curious guy got no problems with you. Paladin dude,
Yes.
the changeling you're looking for, he's pretty thoroughly dead.
very,
Did it happen?
very, very dead.
Well,
We fed him to
he
a
was
giant
a
spider.
cutout. Yeah, he was a cutout, and he lost his life to a giant spider during a group jaunt into the woods.
It was epic.
You have woodland friends too?
No.
Sure. But
We
these
do, yeah.
these particular things weren't exactly friendly. We fed it the changeling so that none of us had to die.
Oh, you tripped the slow. Oh,
Yep, he was a cutout.
that good. Changeling bad.
We
There
were
more
utilizing
changeling
his skills, but we weren't particularly. Meta's trying to figure out how to phrase this sentence.
It already
Frankly.
sounds pretty bad, but Loki's be like, "That's okay. I don't need to understand all that. The important thing is he gone."
When Berlin hears of his death, he'll close his eyes, breathe in deep, and like exhale and be like, well, at least this mission is complete. My only regret is not killing him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It was a terrible time exterminating those spiders.
Yeah.
Actually, AGR, what's the explanation for the sudden lack of guards in town?
There's still guards in town.
Training
Right.
exercise.
Right, but the ones that disappeared on a Black Ops mission.
Training exercise.
Ah,
You don't know.
in that case, I'll
So
just not.
so that means you get like brilliant. So that means you're kind of a free agent, right?
It depends on. Well, will I be killing enemies of the church like elves and chains?
Yes, you will.
We can make no promises on any of that.
If we come across elves and changelings,
You will get to kill a lot of stuff if you hang out with us.
We have a
Well, yeah,
track record of interests aligning with the church. mostly in the killing of elves and changelings.
And as you can tell, I am part of the church, so I'm I look to
And
make
gnomes.
sure
We
that-
also kill gnomes.
I look
Yeah,
to the gnome.
the
I
bad
look to
ones.
Revert for explanation.
We don't kill all the gnomes. We protect
There
ourselves.
was an accident, all right,
We
and
protect
yeah,
ourselves
there was a
against
death.
gnomes if we're attacked.
Just
Self-defense.
Gnome went squish.
anything that my oaf friend here says, take with several pounds of salt.
Well, I suppose I shall stick with you until my church has need of me, and we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, we can also have you talk to our boss. Most of us here, everyone except for the gnome, is currently we're employed as a retainer for. I don't know if he's a knight anymore. He might have been upgraded to a different title.
Might I say, Emmy, it might not be the best idea to recommend people that we don't fully know into the service of our boss.
I just meant for them to meet, not for an actual employment until actions we've seen.
Right, until they are deemed suitably trustworthy for the tasks of which we are given.
Yeah, we are given tasks by him, and then we go execute those tasks.
So you think changeling and elf are problem, right? Creatures
Not
of forest
currently.
think is problem.
By and
Yes.
large, yes. I don't think that every elf is a threat to people or the forest. And I don't think that every changeling is a threat to people and the forest. But most
No,
of them
no.
have been problems.
You misunderstand
Brilliant
me.
will frown at that.
Non-activity of them causing trouble. Hear whispers of people going to forests to get rid of them, causing a lot of ruckus. I don't like it. Want peace in forest.
Oh yes,
So-
there's peace in the forest. Don't you worry about
So
that.
yeah, we have not met a changeling that we didn't kill.
Wait, what about
uh,
Terry?
Who?
Who's Terry?
You don't remember Terry?
I don't think we've ever met somebody named Terry.
Out of character, Meta does not remember Terry.
Are you guys talking about the thing that Reverend killed in the church trying to
No.
get to the other side?
No, I'm talking about Terry.
I have no idea.
Come on, guys, you don't remember Terry?
Are you?
Was he with Greg?
All you humans look alike. I don't know. I can't tell you guys apart.
That's funny. I think all gnome look alike too. I probably look alike to
God,
my
guys.
brother. Not gonna lie.
Terry was like super helpful. How do you not remember him? I suppose most of you guys didn't really interact with Terry. That was mostly me
Well,
during the
I've never met
investigation.
I've never met a changeling that I didn't kill. Well, we didn't.
Oh no,
Um,
Terry's great. You can trust Terry.
Is Terry still around?
Ain't that thing you were talking to in your head?
That's a different campaign, mister.
Yeah, that's the Saturday campaign.
I'm very confused. I know no Terry.
It's. I probably shouldn't have mentioned Terry then.
I don't know of a Terry, so I'm not sure what he's talking about. We have split up on different missions to
Yeah,
execute an
Terry was
overall.
a changeling.
Yeah, you already said that.
Okay. Not all changeling bad. This true. but more people know about these things or hear rumors of them.
So did everyone prove that they weren't a changeling?
Nope.
Did you try to make everyone prove they're not a change?
Actually, no, only I did.
Wilfred has no intention to prove that he's a changeling.
Interesting.
I'll take out one of my knives and make a small prick on my finger and just squeeze a little bit of blood out of it.
Torment is not a changeling, and he'll whoop anybody that says otherwise.
Does anyone say that Torment is a change?
Very sarcastically.
Torment. Wilfred says you're a changeling.
Very
Poke him with my
sarcastic.
spear.
Wilfred,
Very
paladins don't understand
sarcastically.
sarcasm.
Yeah, Goliath.
It's removed
Make an
during
attack roll.
training.
I'm pretty sure Gilbert knows sarcasm.
Gilbert might, but Wilfred probably. Wilfred might, but I don't think Torment would.
Torment definitely has no idea what sarcasm is.
Torment has the opposite of proficiency in detecting sarcasm.
Torment, make an attack roll against Wilfred, please. Do.
Mister?
Mister.
Sorry, I'm having issues here. Hold on.
As the Goliath struggles to reach for his spear, I would like to move away and climb a tree.
Opportunity attack.
Ah, yes, but disengage as a bonus action.
Yes,
So
but
he then
violence.
throws his spear at you. No. Okay. Yeah, you try to poke him with your spear, and he moves out of the way, and it gives you a what the hell look.
That's interesting.
I'll ask those who have proved themselves not to be a changeling if they've seen the others bleed.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Definitely Wilfred.
You guys could like see the dried trails of Wilfred's blood streaking through this area.
You probably actually can see some dried blood crusted on Wilfred. I don't think he bathes that often.
I thought that was dirt.
No,
Yes.
the smell might be him too.
So yeah, you guys sit in the woods and have this lovely conversation.
Loki.
Hmm?
What did you say that that you came into town for again?
Well, I come in to buy supplies, and I wanted to get around and asking to see if I could help in making things more peaceful.
Is it just me, or does his accent go from Russian to Mexican?
I am Hispanic, so
He's doing his
I like the caveman Russian. It's just amazing.
It's
It's good.
Russian.
It's good. I like it. Exactly the way that you're doing it. I like it.
It's
thanks.
perfect.
yeah, it sounds exactly like you would think somebody who's struggling to interact with people in their language would sound. Yeah.
And do you mainly live out north of the city or south of the city? Like out this gate and towards that way, or the opposite way?
I live south of city, not too far from halfling houses.
Okay.
They make good pastry, very good
Right.
pastry.
Do you
We should
happen
go
to
try
know a
them then.
gnome who's also a drug fiend?
Wait, you eat halflings? Cool!
No,
he
I eat
eats
halfling food.
pastries made pastries made by halflings, not pastries made
You
of
know,
halflings.
are we sure
Made
that
by
Pullman
halflings,
isn't
for
an
halflings,
actual
and of
fairy
halflings.
tale giant who eats people?
I mean, you haven't seen him eat any people.
I mean, yet,
So now that we got this sensitive information discussion out of the way, I want to go back to doing what I was doing, but I think we should see if we can introduce these two to our boss. What do you guys think?
I forward this. Sure. I do not want to be under man
No,
officially.
you wouldn't. And I look at
Okay,
Revert.
good.
He's not. Only you won't. You get to choose. You can work with us and still not be like under. You can still be your own person.
Yeah, force my home. No, no, man. No, no.
Right. We'll just do you mind if I call you Cutout?
Wilfred.
I'm joking.
I do
Well, I
not
suppose I
know
didn't
the
have a chance
things that
to-
are cut out. I am Loki.
Oh,
Yes.
all right, Loki.
Low key is a cutout.
cut out number 2.
Okay.
Also, we should definitely poke every single person that we meet and that joins us on anything. Because now
I
I'm.
don't think we should. That's rampant paranoia.
Yeah.
I mean, like
It's
joins
also
is.
kind of rude.
Well, it's either that or a spear
Well,
in the
we had
face.
a
I mean, they
change-
could take a choice.
Okay.
You have no filter in thinking, tall man.
Thank you.
Let's go. Question mark.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
let's
okay.
go before this gets worse.
Okay,
Okay.
so you guys make your way back into town.
Yeah. And where? How close is Soul Worflin's house to the north?
It's the first house on the right when you walk in.
It's the red one.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's nothing in it.
Nothing in the front room.
I will go up and knock.
Okay. You knock. It's quiet.
Quiet.
You start to hear some footsteps.
Great.
I turn around. Is it
Oh.
Shia LaBeouf? Is he following us about 30 feet back?
No, but Pig Boy is.
Yeah, I'll step away from the doorway so he there's room when he opens.
Okay. Yeah. A young woman looks to be a servant, opens up the door, and she gives a little half bow. She is she seems a little bit a little dirty. She's got like a wash rag over one shoulder, and
Is
you
Does
see
she?
in the half open door there are several boxes sitting in the room, just like wooden like trunk.
is this the same person I helped like a week ago?
Yes.
I'll wave to her.
Oh, she gives a little finger wave and says, "Oh, we're just packing up, sir. Sir Wolflin will be out in a minute, I think.
Okay.
If you would all just wait, the house is not in a state for guests."
Is there like a traditional like wait, like she curtsied? Is there a traditional thing that at our level of nobility, quote unquote,
She's
would do?
she is
Servant?
a servant. You don't have to do anything. She gave a little bow rather than a curtsy. She could have given a curtsy, but is like a
Oh, sorry. I
in
thought you said curtsy.
in this particular job, it's more of a bow.
Okay.
But yeah,
I think Emmy would nod her head when
Yeah.
she does that at the beginning.
yeah, it's sort of an unnecessary token of courtesy, but she appreciates it and she walks.
Yeah.
She does leave the door cracked slightly.
Okay. Well, I'll just stand outside.
Okay. Yeah. You hear a little bit of whistling, and a few little clangy sounds, and after a couple of minutes, you hear footsteps towards the front door, and you see Sir Wolflin, who is in a very, very fancy brocade jacket. It's this long, fancy coat, and he has a couple of servants trailing him who they're like fidgeting with the back of the coat. It seems like they're trying to get all the little wrinkles in it lined up so that they're all parallel to each other. Yeah.
Brocade just looks like a fancy sport cloak. Sport. Oh wait, no, that's the modern fashion, the old version. Yeah, okay, I understand. I have no idea what a brocade is.
Idle doesn't do
I'm
formal.
actually
She's
more
just gonna
confused
wave.
now. What does it mean?
It's just like a long cloak. It's like a long. It, it's like a men's dress. Let's be honest, okay? But it's got a belt at the waist, and it's very fancy. It's a fancy fabric with lots of detail on it, and they're lining up the wrinkles to make it look fancier. He's in a big red and gold, fancy pants, fancy lad coat, basically.
How do you spell it?
Brocade. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that what you're looking for?
I mean that's a sort of similar thing, but this would be well, if I could find a picture of one that doesn't look ridiculous because it's some weird Renaissance thing or something that somebody made up, like at a Hulk, I'd show you. I don't see a great picture here, but yeah, it's a fancy coat. Well, yeah, that's like a women's version, but it's very similar.
So more flowy and outward than tight.
That's poofy.
It's very poofy. Yeah.
Okay.
Loki looks super confused. I smile naturally.
Yeah, the man looks a little uncomfortable in it, but he's trying to hold himself. And he says, I was wondering when I would see you lot.
Yes.
Every time I look at the lot of you, you are even stranger still. Who are these new faces?
Yeah, we wanted to introduce them to you.
We've replaced our losses. These are the replacements.
This is Berillion. He is a paladin of Silhana.
I met these people when I was hunting for a changeling named Burslav. They informed me he was dead, fed to spiders apparently.
Oh,
The cutout, sir.
the cutout, of course.
Yep.
Changeling. Well, I don't have to feel too bad about it. And he sort of, as he does that, he's adjusting his sleeve to like straighten it up and get it on there more comfortably. And he looks at you and he says, "Well, I'm going to Borellian, you said? You paladin, have you taken your vows yet?
Not yet, but I will.
Very good, very good. And you know, I could use a few witnesses for this, and he's going to point out all of the normalist of you, so basically all the humans, and say, uh, I'm going to need all of you this afternoon, which essentially means Borellian. Uh, is it Idle, Emmy, and Wilfred? Yeah, he's gonna say, I'm gonna need the lot of you. Could you all please try to dress yourselves and maybe clean yourselves up somewhat, and meet me back here in an hour?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this, I'll point to the fur ball.
Lovely. Did you need anything else? I have to continue.
I just wanted to say that this is Loki. He came in from the forest, wanting to make sure that the forest stayed at peace because there were quote unquote things that we've been hunting that were invading his lands.
He's gonna say, yeah, it's at peace, all right.
That's good. From what I hear, these people are problem solvers. I wish to help.
That's one way of
Good.
putting it.
That's good. I might have some work for these folks. Maybe you can help them out. Right now I have a few other matters to attend to. Hang around town. Maybe we'll figure something out for you. And he's gonna turn around and walk back inside.
Cool, let's go get fancy clothes.
Emmy, should we wear stuff that's like the stuff that we got when you hired us, or something a little bit nicer?
He has walked inside and away from you.
I think Adel's talking to me.
We'll redirect the question to Emmy if he's
Okay.
leaving. 'Cause I do have a spare outfit that might fit you from when Wolflin hired us.
Idle's 16, right?
15.
15. So Emmy's 23. And pretty. She doesn't have a high strength, but she has a pretty decent con. So stockily built, but not like large muscles, just tough.
How far is it from 4'9" and 110 pounds?
Oof.
Oh yeah.
That's probably about half a
Yeah,
foot.
that's like. Let me see what I wrote down. 150 pounds, and I actually never wrote in the height. I'm gonna say 5'6".
By the way, I'm
Is-
6'8". That's the minimum height for fur balks.
Is there a tailor that could make those alterations within an hour?
Torment looks down at his kilt and dusts it off a little bit. I'm ready.
Torment wasn't
Well, how about I think while those of us that need to go do this, go find clothing in the market, Torment, Rever, and Loki, you could go to the bar. You could go to the bar, or you could do anything else. I don't know. You can show Loki around.
I get spear and shield training. I bought earlier lessons. I be there.
Oh, okay.
Robert, you wanted to copy some of my notes for alchemy, right? I'll hand him my spell book, which has alchemy mixed in with it.
A quick question to the DM: Is alchemy considered outside of the church's divine thing? Is it like
Kind of
considered-
thing the apothecary does. I mean,
Okay.
if you go really crazy and you're making weapons with it, it might be a problem. But healing droughts and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't had that conversation with Burley yet. And I'll walk towards the market.
So I'll give Revert my spell book and apothecary notebook in the same thing, and then follow Emmy to the market.
Okay.
Same.
I guess I copy the spells I don't have. I don't know what spells he has.
I will send you a screenshot.
Okay.
So Revert, you go back into your gnome hole.
It's where I keep all the supplies.
Okay, so it's just Torment and Loki then?
Yeah, Torment can show Loki around.
Yeah, I gotta clean the blood off my face.
Do you have any
Hmm?
fancy clothes, or do you need ones that
I
to
I
find?
do have a set of, I believe the exact words are, super nice flannel shirt.
Oh, yeah. No, you can have regular fancy clothes. Super nice, regular fancy clothes.
Okay, should I add that to the item that they qualify as fancy clothes?
Yeah, they are fancy clothes. Yeah, they're pretty much the top end for someone of your station to not offend someone, because you shouldn't have stuff that, because you can dress too nice and then
Right.
you'll get in trouble because it's like you're impersonating a nobleman.
I just got the nicest flannel shirt on earth.
So can we roll for finding fancy clothes in the market?
Yeah, sure.
I failed my
make
roll
it-
last time, which is why I don't have
Make a
any.
desperation roll. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I use my portents for this?
Sure.
Ooh,
I will give Emmy an 18.
damn, Daniel.
-4 would be a 14.
Yeah, with that, you are able to find some fancy clothes.
Wow, Idle coming in clutch.
Yeah.
That
Idle,
looks like
you
it's
already
a
have fancy clothes?
I do have some, but never hurts to have more.
Yeah, you do not find any more. But Emmy, you're able to find a whole outfit that would be great for today, as well as like a handful of other pieces you can use for additional fancy last clothes. For
So I should just write down full fancy outfit.
yeah, you have like 2 or 3 sets worth of stuff. So you have a couple changes of clothes. You're fine.
Oh, I've multiple shirts.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, you have one outfit that will be perfect for today, as well as like enough other stuff you can mix and match and make several outfits.
so should I just write down fancy outfit twice, or like put it down
Just
as
give it like 3. Just
okay?
fancy clothes 3. All right.
What about me? What did I find?
Did you roll an 11? Yeah, with an 11, you are able to find some nice stuff. Now, you know, man of the cloth and all that. You don't have a whole lot of money on hand, but people are more apt to want to be a little kind to you. So you do get a few things that are mid-range at like a low price point, and you manage to come up with a pretty respectable looking set of sort of finery that you can wear.
Respectable set of finery. Got
Yeah.
it.
That's all I'm doing because I mean I can't train in the fancy clothes. So Wilfred said he would go and wash up. I'm not really sure how he would do that.
While we're at the market, can I look for a sort of nicer travel bag to keep all my crap in?
I don't think you guys have any more time left.
Yeah, to clarify, Meta, I don't mean like go to the bathhouse. I mean like get a bucket of water and, get the dried gore off my hands and get the dried gore off my
Yes,
face.
you are able to take some of your less fancy clothes and use them as a towel, and you find a trough with what looks to be pretty fresh water that has not been filthed by anything yet. You wet some of your old but not too soiled clothing, and you use it as a towel to help clean yourself up. You do appear to be clean-ish.
I was just gonna try to do the same, but I guess we don't have time.
You have enough time to do the same to the degree that you can get your face, which is pretty much all it shows with your dress.
I have three. It's dresses.
Yeah,
and
but
they're
the one that you
full-
were, the fanciest one is definitely full length, and it comes with a headpiece.
whole.
Oh, fancy.
Also, you managed to get a couple of little wooden slippers you can put under your shoes to keep your dress and your feet from hitting the ground. That's for walking around in the rain.
Fucking
All right.
queen over here.
No, that's pretty mid-range, but the headpiece is it's just kind of like a white bonnet and a cap. It keeps your hair out of sight and covers most of your. It's the style in this particular setting is not quite as repressed as regular medieval society, but this particular outfit is not. It doesn't show much.
I'm not trying to court any guys.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so is anybody doing anything else with the 1 minute and 15 seconds you have left?
Idle cleaner face and wear everything except the headpiece. 'Cause,
All right. So you go back to Sir Wolfland's house, I assume? Or do you
I
guys
don't know
just
where
sit
else to
there
go.
around a watering trough for 2 hours until it's after the time he asked you to go back?
Well, he didn't
back
say
to
to
his
meet us
place.
anywhere else. So yeah.
I would like to
Okay.
make a blind dash for the well and jump in. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so you guys make it back to Sir Wolfland's house just as he's mounting up. He has a couple of servants who have to help him onto his horse with this fancy lad getup he's wearing. Funnily enough, does not need help in his armor. Does need help in this ridiculous getup. So from atop his horse, he calls down to you guys, and he says, "Okay, well, we're heading up to the castle. Once we get there, follow me. When we get to the chapel, I need you to walk to the back of the room and just be quiet. That's all I need you to do. Just stand against the wall on the right when you come in and be quiet. Can you do that?"
Yes. How long is it expected to be in there? Is it a 2-hour service?
I hope it will not take too long, but we'll see how long the Duke drags it out.
Okay.
Burley just nods. He's already.
Your friend who doesn't have a horse, would one of you, can one of you
I can
double up?
go with Emmy.
Okay.
I'm back.
So you lot ride up to the castle with Sir Wolflin, and he walks inside and he walks upstairs, leading you guys all to the chapel. Um, and yeah, you see that Sir Guy Gatland is already standing in there near the altar, and Sir Wolflin walks to the middle of the room where there is a pillow sitting right below the altar, like right in front of it. And he kneels down at this pillow with his knees on it, and he just sort of waits. Um, there are a couple of young men already in the back of this room, against the wall you were told to stand against, and they're just standing there quiet. These look like people that the Duke brought with him in his. As a matter of fact, they're probably his sons. I think you would all recognize his kids, except for Beryllian. Uh, so yeah, the Duke walks in after a few minutes, and he walks to the altar in the back of the room. Now on this altar, there is a small stone statue of Vuthris. Uh, and in his right hand, in his right talon, he's holding a rod, and on the top of his head, he has this little tiny bejeweled crown. And so the Duke holds the statuette aloft, and he lowers it down in front of Sir Wolflin. Sir Wolflin rests his right hand on the base of the statue, and he begins to speak. Says, "Here in the presence of Vuthras, I make this pledge under pain of a perjurer's death. I shall cause no injury to my liege, Franz Telmzig, Duke of Glint and Royal Burgrave to King Wymark IV. I shall act in his interests in good faith and without deceit. I shall provide a portion of my incomes for my estates in Sarkny, as is customary, and I shall render aid to my liege in time of war and strife. I shall never turn my liege away, nor will I turn away any man, woman, or child under his protection." And he continues like that for another minute or so, uh, before the Duke sets the statuette down and holds his hand out. Sir Wolflin kisses the ring on the Duke's hand, uh, and that appears to be the end of the ceremony. There's a little bit of chit chat, and it becomes pretty clear that the Duke is fucking out of here. He's leaving Sir Wolflin the estates to manage, because he wants to go.
I didn't want to cut you off during that, but while we're walking by the 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 children, I would like to, like, just with my hand, just with my wrist, just like sneak a slight wave to Teresa, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
Smile at her.
Yeah. You didn't see her in the ceremony, but you did see her in the hall on the way in. And yes, you can give her a little.
Also, would you be able to write out the whole Duke of
Just
Glint King Y name?
Sure.
spark notes of important names, titles, property.
I.e., who do we have to kill to get this guy to be king?
Ah, I see your thing along the same lines as me.
All right. I will paste his speech.
Ooh, there's a transcript available to everyone. Fancy.
Swanky.
The
There
Baron
you
is
go.
dead. Long live the Baron.
There you go.
I don't know why, but it's always seemed to me like liege as a word sounds like a word for someone below you.
I shall take my liege.
Okay,
I
so
don't see it.
yeah, Sir Wolflin stands up, and he continues along as he had been. Um, he makes small talk with the Duke, and the others in the room begin to file out. There is one of the Duke's sons like in front of you, and the other behind the lot of you. They sort of both turn towards the door, and they take a step forward as if walking in single file. Are you guys all walking out with them, or do you just like stop the line, like awkwardly?
No, we'll follow whatever it seems is happening.
Okay, so yeah, they walk out single file out of the room, and once they're out in the hallway, they sort of disperse. But yeah, they sort of single file their way out into the hall, and then some of them walk out into the courtyard. A few of them walk down the hall the opposite.
Is everyone staying stoic during this, or once we leave that once we get into the hallway, everyone kind of relaxes?
Once everyone's in the hallway, they seem to make it all the way out the door and like a few feet from the doorway, and then the ones that are walking out to the courtyard start to talk among themselves.
I'd like to find Teresa once everybody's talking, just like if she's okay, if there've been any problems, small talk.
Yeah. You don't have any trouble finding her. She's basically up the hall, and she's just sitting at a bench by one of the windows. And yeah, she's probably got some like she's doing some kind of little charcoal drawing. But yeah, you make small talk. There's another bench you can sit at, and you guys have a little chat. She seems to be doing okay. All of that was obviously a harrowing experience, but she seems.
Have there been any problems since then?
She tells you no.
Does she seem like she's...
Make an insight check.
What is my insight? Not very good. Actually, very bad.
She seems like she wants to complain, but she thinks better.
Is there... Does it seem like she's not saying it because there's a crowd, or because she thinks it will cause trouble for people?
Well, there are others in the hallway, including some guards. So you can take that as you will.
I'll just quietly ask, do you want somewhere a little more private?
I'll be right back.
She tells you, no, I'm quite all right. Thank you for asking.
Well, if you need anything, you know where to find me, and I look forward to
Henley.
seeing you again. It's a pleasure. I'll give her a little bit of curtsy and then head out.
All right.
I'll just copy what Idle does.
I'll just nod because I have no idea who this is.
All right. Well, as you guys file out, you do see some of the servants of Sir Wolfland's carrying a few familiar pieces of furniture up and into the courtyard. And you see Sir Jacob arrive.
I'll give Sir Jacob a little curtsy, and if he has something to say, I'll stop for him.
No, he gives you a pleasant nod, but he walks right past you up the stairs and into the keep.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we need to do while we're here? Anyone we need to talk to?
Does it look like people have dispersed out of the... We're in the castle courtyard, right?
You're in the courtyard of the castle.
Okay. Is the portcullis open?
Yeah. Like I said, there's servants moving furniture in, and there's like a whole cart
Alright,
that
I'm
was
back.
brought in. Welcome back.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys hang out in the courtyard, and you engage in a little bit of small talk with folks, and there's not a whole lot going on. It looks like everybody's been dismissed. Sir Wolfland clearly has other matters he now has to attend to, but you do see that some of the Duke's servants are now loading up some of the carts they brought with them, the carriages they had. And it looks like he is finally getting ready to leave.
Did Revert ever get that magic item, or even identify what it was?
Nope.
Huh.
Is there somewhere that I can get a bit of privacy with Emmy?
I mean, why don't you make a perception check?
Hey, I'm good at also not those.
There is a little covered area that's like a stable, and beside it there's a little shed that it looks like they've been using to store hay. You might be able to duck in there and have a quiet conversation.
Emmy, do you have a second?
Yep.
I'll check out the shed.
Okay, you check out the shed. There's a shed. There's hay in there. There's enough room for 2 people to stand, not super comfortably.
I'll wave Emmy over and wait for her to get in.
Okay.
I'm here.
So, Teresa did say that everything was okay, but I think there was a little bit more to that. She seemed, I don't want to say she seemed off, but she seemed a little bit uncomfortable. Hopefully it's nothing, but we might have to look into it. And
I didn't make an insight check, but I think that it's just, she didn't want to be around death and destruction. And I think she's still a little bit shaken by that. I don't see any reason to believe that there's more, there's a larger conspiracy still at work.
I'm just worried. It seemed off. I think there's, maybe I am just worrying too much, but it seemed like there was something she wanted to say.
I think you're just wearing too much. We'll probably visit Glint eventually. The do we call him Baron Wolflin now?
Well, he's the liege lord of this estate. Um, you could call him the Baron. You could call him Lord Wolflin, as a shorter way to say it. You could still call him Sir Wolflin. Baron isn't a particularly high title.
Honestly, I think he's just happy we're not calling him Wolf or something.
It's Wolfie Boy.
The first gnome hung in the province for quite some time. They have to strap very heavy, like they have to attach logs to his feet to make him weigh enough to strangle him.
Anyways, I just wanted to bring that up. All right, that was it, and I'll head out of the shack.
Right? As you guys are popping your heads out of the shack, you hear rustling in the hay behind.
I stop and turn around, and I intently try to figure out where the sound is coming from, and if any
You
movement was-
stare directly into the eyes
Hey,
of a
boy.
young boy you've seen. He lowers himself into the hay and disappears.
I
I sick
out
my
of
owl on him.
character, I will fucking kill that boy one day. If he is not a shape-changed ancient gold dragon.
Do not kill boy. That's my backup character.
That guy can get through the castle walls without being detected.
I come out of the hay. So can I. No.
Look,
Wait.
kid,
What was an old gnome and little boy doing in the same pile of hay?
They were playing gin rummy.
Yeah.
kid, let me make something clear.
Is that what it's called nowadays?
I will look at him and try to figure out whether he looks intimidated or not.
The boy?
Nah.
This boy knows no fear.
Nah, he does not know any fear. He looks like he's trying his best to just fuck with you. Like he just really wants to fuck with you. You're the most entertaining thing in this whole town, for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I see my
I'll just-
apprentices doing well.
I'll eagle eyes him and then just turn around and walk away. And I'll check to make sure I have everything on my person, that I had everything that I had when I was still inside. Making sure he's not pickpocketing me or anything.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you look around and you're pretty sure you still have everything.
Great. Hey, Idle, check your pockets. Make sure you didn't steal anything.
I didn't bring anything. I left everything with Revert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, you see people going back and forth in and out of the castle. There's servants that are loading up these wagons. You guys just hang out in the courtyard for 6 hours, or what do you do?
Has Wolflin left?
You haven't seen him.
He's probably inside doing paperwork.
Well, I assume it's fine if we leave since everybody else has. He knows where to find us if he needs us.
Well,
Well, he did.
exactly.
Where are
We'll
we gonna
just
be
have to
staying?
come back to the castle either later today or tomorrow.
Yeah. All right.
I go join in on Wilfred and Beryllian's conversation.
All right.
I will follow.
Wait, Wilfred's in a conversation?
Well, you guys were just there.
There, you guys are both
entire-
standing in the courtyard, um,
It's an
just
entirely
sort of
nonverbal
just sort of awkwardly, just kind of shaking forward and backwards, like rocking backwards and forwards, like, yeah, nice weather, except you're not talking.
I'd like to like stand up more up, like stand more straight and look more dignified than him.
It's an entirely nonverbal and mostly accidental conversation.
Okay, so yeah, you meet those guys. They don't seem to be talking much.
I just kind
Yay, we're not talking.
of look at Wilfred, and then look back at Berillion, and then look at Wilfred, and then look back at Berillion, and then look at
So,
Wilfred, and then look back at Berillion.
how about that
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
weather?
I'm gonna change,
It's very weathery.
and I'll just when I say I'm gonna go change, I'll just
So
turn
Emmy,
around
as
and
you're
walk
getting
away.
ready to walk away, one of the servants approaches your group with a little slip of parchment, and she sort of holds it out and doesn't know who to give it to you.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'd like to peer over Emmy's shoulder and read it.
I would
Okay.
like to peer over Emmy's head and read it.
Can any of you read that it does not include it? You can read a recipe, Idle. Wilfred, can you read anything? I don't think so.
No, Torment
I don't
can't read
think
at
so,
all.
no.
Grumman's
Okay.
better.
So Emmy, yeah, in a fairly sturdy-looking hand, it basically says to be back here tomorrow, and it's pretty much early. Just be back here tomorrow morning early.
Great. It says we're supposed to be back here tomorrow morning early.
Early in the morning, like at sunrise, or
It
early
just
in the
says be
day,
here
like-
tomorrow morning early. So yeah, sunrise. I mean, have you not been waking up at sunrise?
I've been waking up when people wake me up. Which
I mean,
is
Emmy
usually
gets up at sunrise, so
like 5 minutes before we have to leave. If you haven't noticed, I haven't really done my hair in like 3 weeks.
Okay. So, is anybody doing anything for the rest of the evening?
I would like to go check in with the stables. Is there someone like manning the stables right now, or are they just all hands
The
on deck?
castle stables?
Yes.
Yeah, there's not really. I mean, there are castle servants. There's nobody who's specifically a stable hand. And the stables right now, other than that little shed, they're like mostly taken up by people that are moving things onto carriages at the moment.
Oh, the Duke hasn't left yet.
No, he is getting his stuff ready. He's mostly packed up, though. He'll be out of here probably in the next couple hours, you'd imagine.
Okay. Well, if no one else wants to do anything, I'm gonna go change back into normal clothes, fighting clothes, and then I don't know, go get a cobbler. I mean, I guess it's dinner time. Eat dinner.
Yeah, Robert just spends the night in his gnome hole copying idols, as much of it as he can. At least those are the wealth rolls up top.
We'll go visit Torment and Loki after I change.
Okay, so you go get changed, and then you guys go to the tavern.
I thought it was downtime training. Yeah, I said I was getting Spirit and Shield training.
This is pretty late in the evening by the time they're done with all that, so you're probably about done with that. I don't know what you do. Like, you could go back to the tavern where Torment probably went, or you could just, I don't know, go to the woods and just stand by a tree.
I was thinking about actually making those concoctions.
All right.
Well, let's get a good impression on Torment. Maybe I got the wrong first impression. Yeah, I'll hang out.
Okay.
I'll hang around with him.
You go hang out with Torment while he drinks ale after ale after ale after. Okay, and then the rest of the party.
Quite
shows up.
enjoying himself, by the way. Getting very inebriated.
Lovely. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna be right back. If you can do anything at the tavern, just have at it.
Well, I never thought I'd see one of those.
What, somebody getting sworn in?
Yeah. I mean, usually only like, there needs to be some witnesses, and then it's just the important people.
I mean, we are his retainers.
Yeah, I mean, if the Duke turned out to be some type of tentacled horror that tried to suck his brains out, he was kind of depending on you guys to step in at that point.
Yeah, those clothes were very restricting, and I don't know if the DM, I don't know if we had our weapons on us or not.
Oh, don't tell me you all gave up your weapons and no one bothered to take a holdout weapon with them.
I mean, I have like a dozen knives on my person now. They're never gonna find all of them.
I was in a big poofy dress, so I probably could have had one.
You could have hidden a fucking tank in that thing.
A what?
Yeah. I probably would have hid one, right on my waist or the like thigh, or the
I mean,
Angelina Jolie,
who?
whatever that
With a medieval
2000s
dress,
movie
that
is.
I believe would actually be kind of hard to get to. You'd have to pull it all the way up.
Oh, okay.
They
I
didn't
mean,
have slits back then, to my knowledge.
Right.
I'm no
Never
good
mind.
with a knife, but it's. I mean, I don't really need one.
I brought my fists.
Bunch of sluts.
Yeah, so Berillion, tell us your story. I mean, you told us a little bit, but like, where are you from?
Where'd you
Family?
When I was a baby, I was kidnapped by changelings to be sold to
I'm
elves.
gonna just stop you right there. I'm gonna like put my hand over your mouth right as you start saying. The DM's not
Changeling.
here, so
Wait, hold up. What was said? Things cut out on my.
he
Probably for the
started.
better.
Yeah.
No, I mean like player to player. What was said?
He started mentioning changelings and elves just straight out loud in the middle of the tavern.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I mean,
I can say it quietly.
Well, I mean,
no,
he
we don't
Bluthers
talk
is-
about
said
it
it.
here.
So
Bluthers
I'm
is
just
a
gonna
divine
put.
asshole.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump like the immediately reaction to the first word changeling. I'm just gonna cover your mouth.
Dexterity save.
And then I'm gonna be like, shh. And then I want to do a perception check to see if anyone heard. I mean, they probably would have noticed me do a weird act.
I mean,
Wait,
the
did
DM
you
didn't
jump
hear it. No one else did.
Oh, the DM.
Is AGR back? Because that's the important part.
Surprise! He never left. He just wanted us to fuck up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make your perception check.
So yeah, this is more of like noticing if people were like weirded out by the by
Go
the
ahead.
words and not just by the like weird
Make
action that I took
your
covering,
check.
you know.
By the way, I have a -1 to int and a -1 to wisdom.
Clearly.
Okay, with the 24, yeah, you can see that there are a couple of people drinking, and they definitely noticed you. One of them is holding up his hands right beside his ears to make presumably pointy ears, and they're laughing and chuckling about elves.
Oh, am I in this conversation?
You're here.
Well, if his dex was good enough, I wouldn't have gotten 2 elves, just changelings.
To the common folk, they might be synonymous.
Yeah, I'm just
I
gonna
think
like
they made out enough.
yeah, I'm just gonna like lean back and just be like, there are 2 words that you are not supposed to say.
What are
All right,
they?
guys, I gotta
Starting
cut out
with-
early, so I'll see
Did
y'all
you say
later.
cut out?
Oh no! I didn't mean cut out. I mean
The
I have
tavern
to go early.
explodes.
Yeah. Oh no!
Rolling
It's
it.
okay. No one's ever
Later,
really
y'all.
gone.
Then in the
Bye.
flaming
Oh,
wreckage,
God,
everyone's
no one
dead.
really-
Revert walks out of the smoke,
Oh my god.
just whistling, you know. Do 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 do.
Okay, so yeah, the 2 drunks definitely noticed and are laughing about elves.
Okay. I'm gonna finish my sentence. There are 2 words that you don't mention. There might be a couple more that I'm forgetting right now, but definitely those 2. Please, just do not use those words.
But what if I say
Then
the words those two?
Idle.
Just generally
please.
speaking, you just don't talk about certain things.
Yeah.
Those are certain things you don't talk about. Not around here.
That's the only thing I can say about my backstory is I was raised by the church. That's it.
In a monastery?
Was I raised in like the temple just right outside of town?
The church right outside of town, right across the bridge.
I'll just point to the church right outside of town and they just say right. Of course, you can't see it because there's a wall, but I'll point in that direction.
Wait,
They have all seen that there is in fact a church on that end of town, outside of the wall.
Does
Just
that
for some
church have a
clarification.
specific name?
So I haven't made one up. You can make one up.
Church.
just because. Okay, I just had to get some clarification here. So your master was murdered. How long ago?
Would it have been like a couple weeks or just a week?
Look, I don't have a timetable of when Bearslav joined, but probably about 3 days before Bearslav joined the party. Top.
Berislav wasn't here very long, so probably just like a week ago. I'll tell them a week.
It took you a week to track this guy down the street.
Well, he was gone for a period of time, wasn't he?
Well, I had to mourn and then prepare and then find out if anyone died. I mean, we found the body of the real Berislav, and we assumed that he took his form. And so that's when I've started to ask questions.
So I'm gonna just pipe up, and I'm just gonna be like, do you think it's a good idea for us to be even talking about like dead people?
You know, that's a good point. We probably shouldn't. Let's not speak of the dead.
And I'm just gonna look at Berillion, just like, you're a paladin?
So about that weather, it's very weathery today.
I would also like to buy 2 more drinks each.
You
for
hear
those
a
2
loud
individual-
clank as one of those drunks stands up on top of the bar table. Like it's a little distant from you guys, but he jumps up on the table and he's holding his hands up on his head like he's an elf, and he's going ooh ooga booga booga, and the other one is laughing and laughing and laughing.
Loki's gonna join in on the laughing.
I'm just gonna buy those 2, both of those 2 drinks each.
Okay, yeah, you
I want to get them blackout drunk so they don't remember.
yeah. Barmaid brings him a couple of ales. They start yammering on about. It sounded like some kind of chicken fight or some. It sounds unrelated to what you guys were doing.
Great. I would like to keep one ear open to their conversation, see if they ever go back to that topic while
Sure.
we're in the tavern.
Sure.
And then it turns out the one thing they remember from the night is that if they say the word elf around you, they get drinks.
I mean, yeah, everyone here knows everyone else. And visually.
So after about 20 minutes, one of those men kind of walks over to the bar or to the table you guys are at, and he just kind of stands there with one arm on his hip, and he just looks at you, Emmy, and he's like, "Hey," because you just
drunk.
bought him a drink, and he's real drunk.
Can I help
Oh shit!
you?
Meta did not realize what just happened.
Wah, wah. It's normally the other way around, but he'll take it, right?
Can you just give me give Meta a minute to just process this to figure out how Emmy would react?
Yeah.
Can
Times.
I help you, friend?
He says, "Oh, I thought your friend wanted to help me. Was it you?"
I am going to I'm gonna
I mean, you'd actually just missed him, but it was the Goliath we were traveling with earlier.
Make a deception check.
I'm going to portents that to my other portents, which was, I think, 16
Okay. Let's see how he does.
plus 1, so 17 total.
Oh no, I dropped my dice. Wait a minute. Well, he has disadvantage, but his first roll was a 17. And his second roll was also a 17.
after the modifier.
Yeah. I mean, I gave him a flat roll, you know, but disadvantage because tens. Okay. Well, he's gonna be like, "Oh, you're a bashful sort, are you? That's all right. That's." And he's gonna sit down right between the two of you.
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
get up.
I'm going to look to Wilfred like help.
I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna like God fucking damn it. Everything that I'm doing that I think I'm gonna do is just like another would really help if I had experience as this as a player.
How far am I
Yes.
from Revert?
I'm gonna grab.
Revert's not there.
Fuck.
I'm gonna grab Wilfred's and Idol's like shirts, and I'm just gonna like tug on them, and I'm gonna like nod my head back to Brillian to the doorway. I'm just like, we're getting the fuck out of here.
You guys are outside, and if you were gonna reach over to Idle, you'd have to reach over this man's lap.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh wait, I got up though.
Okay, you stand up.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab Wilfred then, and then I'm gonna nod my head towards. I'm gonna make eye contact with Idol and Berillion, and I'm just gonna nod my head out, and I'm gonna make sure that Wilfred stands up and he notices the tugging.
Okay, Wilfred. Emmy is tugging on you and motioning towards the gate to.
Idol's gonna slink out of her chair and then just book it.
Ah, yes. Is it that time already?
And then I'm gonna
I'm-
turn
So
to
as
the guy, and I'm
as
going
Idol starts to stand up, this guy he just kind of slinks his arm right over Idol's shoulder, but in doing so, he falls out of like off the bench, and he like hits the side of his head on the bench on his way down, and you hear him snoring on the ground.
damn, I was gonna insult him.
Is he okay? Like he hit his head. Is he bleeding?
Well, he's snoring, which means he's breathing.
I put his head to side, make sure he no choke on own vomit. Weird feller. Weird day.
How old is this guy? Like in his 30s, 40s?
Probably late 30s, mid late 30s.
He's
Maybe
trying to hook up
Larry's
with a
so
15-year-old and a
fucked up.
22-year-old.
23.
23. Close enough.
I mean,
It's-
he wasn't until you guys, bought him a drink.
Yeah, Meta's really bad at things like that. Obviously, I've made mistakes every single session for the past like 2 weeks.
Emmy, this is the last time I'm covering for you with drunk people.
I'm gonna look at his friend who's still awake probably and watching this, and I'm just gonna be like, don't ever fucking touch either of us ever.
He's taking a drink when you say that,
Okay.
and he just like spits out some of his drink back in his cup, and he's laughing and laughing.
You're hot, then you're cold.
Oof.
He
Has it
holds
been
up his drink as if to thank you again for it, and he continues to drink and laugh.
That is
Has
the
it been enough
last time.
hours for the? Go ahead.
Last time I'm covering on a drunk person for you. It was the first, and it's going to be the only time.
Yeah.
Might I recommend in the future, if you don't want those interactions, don't buy people drinks.
I just wanted them to get. I mean, they heard our conversation, so I wanted them to get as drunk as fucking possible, so they would black out and they wouldn't remember.
Is that what
and
people do? Like buy people drinks and then do things?
you're more likely to get the result you were looking for if, say, myself or Bearloins here, or Tormund, or hell, even Revert were to do it.
I
Yeah.
tried.
What
I
would happen
tried.
if I were to do it? This is my first time. I know. No.
I don't
Thinking about it.
actually know,
Uh,
but you seem sufficiently hairy that they would have a similar result.
Make
if they're
sure
drunk
when
enough.
they get the drinks, you wink at them. That's how you get the best result.
Absolutely.
The
Make sure
paladin
to
knows all about it, apparently.
I
My
mean, he does probably have the highest charisma.
He probably has like almost
Well-
double mine.
He hasn't taken any vows yet.
Oh man. So wait, how old is he? Or how old does he look? I should say.
I don't know, how old does your character look?
He's still probably young, like maybe like 19, 20.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. If he's gonna be swearing his oath soon, he's definitely been getting busy.
Has it been long enough for the Duke to have like fully left and the stables to be empty?
I mean, he'd ride right past the tavern, so you'd probably see that he leaves while you guys are all doing your.
While you were propositioning some drunk guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get my horse and walk it into the castle.
I'm sorry, you cut out. You what? And you walk it into the castle?
I'm gonna go get my horse.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk it into the castle, into the stables,
Okay.
and if there's a servant or a stable hand there,
Uh-huh.
I'd basically just want to make sure that they know that that's mine, and like it's my, like, no, they shouldn't just like loan it out. These are not just random horses. Like these are unique.
Just carve your
horses.
name into the side.
Your
I
rabbit
really shouldn't.
is probably skip that point. Yeah. So yeah, you walk up to the stables. You tie the horse up to a line, and you inform the stable hand to look after the horse, and that it is your horse and not the loan. Have you named the horse?
I was actually just thinking about that now that we have horses.
Name it Pony.
Roach.
It's gonna take me a little bit to think of a name.
I'm
That's
gonna get a lamb and name it Ghost so I can yell, "Ghost, don't trust Shepherd."
I'm gonna
Oh
name my horse
God!
Gilbert.
Oh man, Snoop, why did you have to remind me? Oh my God!
Is that a
Ugh.
Mass Effect 3 reference?
No,
No. Modern Warfare 2.
fucking shepherd, man.
Okay, so
Actually, I'll name it Mr. Ed. AGR, is Mr. a word used in this time?
not really.
What would the equivalent in this time be, other than like sir?
Gazer.
You can name your horse Sir something if you like. It's gonna be a pun name.
Sir Ned. Oh wait, no, we had an actual Ned in town. Yeah, I'll just name the horse Gilbert.
Oh
Okay.
my God!
Sir
Are you
Gilbert.
trying to confuse the players?
That's
Yes.
fine.
Gilbert the Saint, the Paladin, the player, the horse, or the location?
All of the
And
above.
the best.
AGR,
best part
you know
is-
you and I can
Don't-
start thinning that out.
Yeah, that's
Don't
true.
forget, don't forget the plane of Gilbert.
The elemental plane of Gilbert, of which all Gilberts extend.
Okay, so moving right along. Yeah. So I think the rest of the evening probably passes pretty uneventfully. Is anyone else doing anything? Where does everyone else stow their horses?
In my pocket.
I
The
am the
same.
horse.
Borellian, you don't have a horse.
That's why he can fit in my pocket.
Fair. Wilfred, what did you do?
I'll do the same as Emmy.
Okay, so you guys, I guess the rest of you follow Emmy up and put your horses up there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well,
my God.
where do you go after that? Because you no longer have a house in town.
Well, I can stay at the church, can't I?
You can stay at the church.
Reverend, can I have my alchemy notes back?
Revert's not there.
Fuck. I need to
In
look.
this hole.
Revert, I told you, Revert went to his gnome hole for the night to copy your spellbook.
Can we go check out Sir Wolflin's old house?
Sure.
We're gonna squat in our boss's old home.
I just want to see if everyone's out.
I was
No,
just
there
going
are.
to suggest
You
going.
go up there and you see people moving furniture into the house.
Oh, okay, cool. And then I'll just walk out of the city and make.
Out of character,
Yeah,
would it
okay.
stand to reason that the servants have a place to sleep?
The servants,
Yeah,
Yeah,
of Sir
cat-
Wolflin.
the castle servants have a place to sleep. You guys
But the
didn't
servants,
ask for a place.
servants of Sir Wolflin, yeah, it would stand to reason that that would not be unreasonable. No,
As his retainers,
No.
you could certainly go and ask. I'm not sure any of you would know the answer to that.
well, no, till you
And he's
try.
not doing that.
I mean, I sleep in forests.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out into the forest and make like I've done for the past.
Wait, you just live in a freaking tent? In the middle of the woods.
5 years.
I'm going to be
In a
following
tent.
Emmy.
Yeah, I part of my backstory is that
Over the course of 5 years, it's probably been a couple of deaths.
I mean they're all like close to Skeen and the monastery, and they're in the
They're in the woods, but close enough to town that you're like within access to town, and it counts as not like the wilderness.
I mean,
I'm
if you
in
want,
the
you can always
Sarkwood.
stay by the cabin.
What cabin?
The cabin that I use, also in the middle of the woods.
Sounds creepy.
It is.
I'm just going to be following Emmy
hurts.
wherever
I
she
don't
goes.
remember where we said your cabin is. Is it right by the lake? Because it should be right by the lake.
I think, yeah, that's where we put it, given that I have the Michael Myers shit going.
Is it right next to Lower Skeen?
I don't think it was quite next to Lower Skeen. Can we see the world map again?
Yeah,
No.
let me get you guys a good copy of it. Hold on. I know I have a copy with more revealed, but this one's the one that's convenient and at hand, so you can just. Probably in the
think-
woods to the south of Lake Needlesway, or
Yeah,
maybe
I think about the area that you described it to me.
those two tents are
like-
charcoal burners, so you might be within like you'd be within smell range of the charcoal burner's hut, probably. Right?
Yeah, it was around that area. I think closer towards the end of the river.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is such a murder location too.
Yeah, and you can stare ominously at the town as well across the lake.
Unless we decide
Uh,
on a place to meet up in the morning. Berlin would follow just to know where to go, like to meet you guys in the morning, but he would stay at the church for the night.
I mean, you were there when I read the note saying meet at the castle morning early.
Oh man, no one wants to hang out with Wilfred at his murder clubhouse.
Yeah. Does Loki follow me, or does Loki go do his own thing?
It's a naming issue, Wilfred. You got to work on your marketing there.
I go woods. I'm familiar, comfortable with woods.
You want to hang out at my clubhouse in the woods?
No, thank you. I
It's
have
perfectly
garden-
safe.
I have garden to attend to. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah,
God
I
damn,
mean,
one
if I'm going
werewolf
into
lives
the
in that
woods,
shit.
Loki just wanders off into the woods and just finds a tree and just stands, like just walks right up to it and just puts his nose up to the bark and just stares at the tree all.
Of course not. I have a dirt hut with some like timber support. It's basically the Minecraft first starter
No,
home.
I'm sure you have some place to be. My voice connection is gone again. Jesus. There we go.
Wilfred's gonna walk back to his cabin, muttering under his breath about how there was allegedly one werewolf in that area, and now no one trusts that cabin.
Yeah. So yeah, you walk home, you walk up to your cabin, Wilfred. As you approach, there's the usual like flock of blackbirds, all kind of perched along the roof. And
You mean a murder of crows?
no, that would be too ominous.
It would be
Oh,
attempted
okay.
murder.
But
It's like two crows. It's attempted murder.
this large group of large black birds uh, is sitting in this uh, not at all ominous fashion, just sort of all staring dead at you as you walk out of the woods and into the little tiny clearing around the house.
I'm just gonna stare back and just kind of mutter, "You little fucks! Don't shit on my roof."
You hear this like cawing from each of them in like, and it kind of goes from left all the way across in this wave across. But during the wave, you almost think you hear like a whisper, and that whisper says, "Fuck off."
Stick my tongue out at the crows and walk in my cabin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would follow Loki if Loki's going into the forest as well, because that's where and probably a lot closer.
I'm just following. I mean,
Okay.
no idea
Yeah,
where you're going.
Loki wanders
Look.
off into the woods.
Loki looks visibly uncomfortable. It's like, oh, hello?
Is it okay if we just sleep near your home?
Uh, sure, yeah. Yeah, home not ready for company. Never will.
No, we don't. No, we don't have to go inside.
Okay.
I mean, I
So
will go.
yeah, um, this Furbolg lives in what I think is essentially a yurt,
Ooh, fun.
like
That sounds fancy.
it's like
It's
a grass hut, basically.
Yeah, totally.
a yurt is like the opposite of fancy. It's like what Mongols used to live in.
It's fancy to me.
Fair
Got,
enough.
I have a picture in my head, like Minecraft first starter home, dirt hut, and like a little portion so you can see outside.
I think I found a picture of it.
It's
Not
a
terrible one.
windowless grass hut, basically.
Like this?
No,
That's, I think, too fancy for me.
That is a.
I mean,
It's more like a.
yeah, it's a Mongolian yurt.
That,
It is a bit
yeah.
fancier.
No, because it's not like got a door. Like you'd
I
find
mean,
better results if you search for grass hut than yurt, but the same shape as that.
yeah, they pretty much fit like 3 people tops.
There you go. That's
And
a
I'm
big
like
one.
2 people.
But there's something like that sitting in the shade between several trees. It blends in a lot to the bushes which are growing around. It's almost invisible till you're like right up on it.
So, okay, I've been meaning to ask, what do you do?
Me?
Yeah, like,
I make poultices, herbs. I trade with halflings outside town, and
that,
they feed me good food.
I mean, like, we're gonna be fighting. You know how to fight, right?
Yes.
How do you fight? Do you use spells? Do you use your fists? Do you have a weapon?
All when needed. I I I'm more attuned to nature. I fight through it. I am it. It poorly translates. I don't know the words for what I do. Do any of you understand the what do they say? Druidic?
Unfortunately, not.
That,
Uh,
that's a word. AGR, are druids as heretical as like wizards, sorcerers, warlocks? Or are they more accepted as just weird people?
I mean, you can't do it in town. It's the kind of thing that an inquisitor might frown upon, but most people don't care. They just don't want to live next to it. If you
So,
were in town and you lived there and you were doing druid stuff, you would be shunned. People would ostracize you and try to get you thrown out of town, but they wouldn't like outright murder you unless the Inquisition was there.
okay.
Do you mind showing us? I'm not sure if I mean it's late in the day. I'm not sure if you're too tired to show us. I can show you what I can do.
are you sure it's a good idea?
I mean, I don't really understand what you're saying, so I'm not really sure what's going to happen.
At this point, Loki's gonna stretch a bit and yawn. Okay, I show you little bit.
Okay.
And let's see. HR, is there anything I can like does Ice Shard damage the environment, AGR? The spell Ice Shard.
I mean, it depends on how you use it.
If I do it at the ground, and there's nothing near the ground other than just grass or whatever.
I mean, it'll kill the grass in that small space.
Is there a sufficiently large rock?
I mean, there's probably, but finding it in all this like brush, it'd probably be.
Fuck it. I wild shape into a dog. Yeah, a dog.
Puppy.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm gonna pet him.
I've
Should have been a
obviously,
really familiar looking pig.
I've obviously never seen this happen, right?
no, this is not the sort of thing a furbolg would walk up into town and do. People don't do this kind of stuff. Now you might have seen, like you've probably seen furbolgs out in the woods before. You haven't really interacted with them. They don't want to talk to you. You may have even seen Loki. You may have even seen Loki in an animal form, but you wouldn't necessarily know that.
I'm gonna scratch behind his ears while he's a puppy.
Wow, that's actually incredible.
I don't think Loki's ever had anyone scratch the dog form. I think Loki's enjoying it. It's like something never experienced before. It's like, oh wow. And a puppy sings along, whatever.
Can you understand what I'm saying? Bark once for yes and twice for no.
I just nod my head yes.
I don't think he would bark twice if he didn't understand regardless.
I mean that was the okay. That's awesome. Is there anything you can? Is it just a dog?
Nods no. And then
How-
I'm gonna do my best impression as a puppy. Not being too aggressive, just like a snarl and the paws extend and got the spooky stance going on.
Oh yes, you're a big scary puppy.
So the puppy will like do a like body language to stop petting it and like to get some distance.
Yeah, no. Emmy doesn't realize that you're trying to be a wolf.
I mean, Idle's not gonna stop you if you're walking away, but she's also not gonna stop petting the puppy.
I think the dog probably ducks its head and takes a couple steps back.
As soon as I get proper distance to where I know that I'm not going to hit them without shaping back, I wild shape back into Loki.
Yeah.
I can do bigger things too. It is a little painful to do, but I can do.
So, like a wolf.
Like big wolf. Like this big wolf that I saw one time. Huge wolf. Like size of that small tree over there. Oh,
Wow.
it's more like sapling, but this
Yeah,
big.
yeah, dire wolf. Yeah. Well, yeah, that might be useful. Uh, I, I'm not 100% sure how Berillion will react. It seems he's pretty chill. They don't speak like that, but
Well, in general, I try not to bother people. I assume goodwill to all, unless they show me otherwise. I
yeah,
think it'd be fine.
yeah, yeah. I I forgot to have that conversation with Berillion before we left. I'll have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting pretty sleepy. I'd like to head to my bed. Have a good night, you two. What was your name again? Idle, right?
Idle, yeah.
And you, I forget your name.
My full name is Emmeline, but most people just shorten it to Emmy.
Emmy. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Loki.
I go now.
Oh,
Loki will stop for a moment because you said "oh," but if you don't say anything, Loki's gonna take off.
we forgot to tell people that we're supposed to be at Wolfland's place early in the morning, didn't we?
No, everyone was there.
Oh. Oh, right. That was before the.
Just Revert doesn't know.
He still has my notes.
Are you able to cast spells without your notes?
I think so.
I don't think we're gonna be in combat immediately, and Revert will probably show up, check in on us. Actually, no, he probably
I don't
won't.
think he's going to be checking in on us, but well, nothing we can do about it now.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go a bit away from the yurt and try to ritual cast Liam's tiny hut.
Okay. You ritual cast Liamon's tiny.
And I would like to be part of that.
Okay, you are a part of that process.
I'll make it some sort of dull earth tone so it'll
All
sort
right.
of blend in.
I assume you all go back to the castle in the morning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does my
Sure.
cabin do anything creepy when I wake up?
I'm sorry, what is that?
Anything creepy happen at the cabin when I wake up?
17 black cats.
No, you hear the sound of creaking timbers all night, and this soft wailing. But you get a great night's sleep. Yeah. So Revert, you come out of your gnome hall, and you almost get tread upon by a couple of people walking through the woods. You see Loki and Emmy and Idle.
Oh, I thought he went north.
Wait, you live near here?
Who lives near here?
Revert. Did I even catch his name out of character? I don't think I ever caught the gnome's name.
I don't think Revert ever said it. We mentioned Revert. I mentioned Revert during the conversation outside of the but I don't know if Loki picked
Revert
up on
never attends a meeting as himself if he can help it.
Yeah, you probably don't know his name.
So the gnome that was with you yesterday. Yeah, him.
Oh,
Oh, hi, Revert.
he lives
What's
everywhere.
up, guys?
Are you done with the notes?
No, but I copied some of them. Now I give you
Okay.
the book back.
Thank you.
Next time we get a chance, we can copy more.
Brain doesn't work in the morning.
Coffee. You need coffee. Lots of coffee. That always helps me.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do that.
Literally the only thing Revert has consumed for the past 40 hours.
Aside from cobbler.
No,
Yeah.
no cobbler, just coffee.
Just coffee.
Ouch.
That's funny. Okay, so you guys make your way up to the castle, and it's it's early. One of the guards lets you in through a side in the gatehouse, and yeah, you sit there in the courtyard.
Probably about when we're sitting down that Idle realizes, oh, we're supposed to be meeting Wolflin early in the morning. We
Yeah.
never got a chance to tell you last night because you were busy.
Yeah, well, good thing we know, before the meeting happens. That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't actually know what he wants to have a meeting with us about. It's probably work, but his letter was pretty vague from what I could tell.
I'll pull out the note and hand it to Revert.
I would like
One of
to
his-
verify the authenticity of this note.
Okay. Absolutely. I don't know. You roll You have proficiency in forgers tools or whatever?
Nope. I have a forger's
Ah,
kit. I have
sure.
no actual tools proficiencies.
Make an investigation check, I suppose.
Okay.
As he's studying it, I'll say one of the servants gave it to us right after the
Yeah, I give it. I look at it. I
You
like
glance
shine a
at it.
light on the coat of arms. I taste it.
Yeah, you've looked at stuff on Sir Wolfland's table before. This is definitely his handwriting, and that is his seal.
So what's happened to him, Sir Wolflin?
Yeah, he's the. Oh, do you want to take this item?
He has been appointed by the Duke as the liege lord of this area. I don't know the exact details of his promotion, I guess, or what his title includes as far as duties, but I think we're going to be having more work.
So I called him Sir Wolflin?
Sir, do we know if it like you changed it to like Baron Wolflin, or you just keep saying Sir?
Well, I guess we find out.
Okay, so after you guys sit in the courtyard for several minutes.
I do want to talk to Berillion since we're not doing any.
Sure.
So I'll take you aside and I'll just tell everyone, hey, just call us if he shows, and go to like a small little alcove or something that still has view of the courtyard, but it's off.
Okay, you walk over to the stables and just kind of stand in the shade under the overhang.
Am I next to hay?
No, the hay's in the shed next to you.
Is the door open?
No.
Stab the hay with a sword. Works in Assassin's Creed.
I stare expectantly at Emmy.
I wish I could cast locate creature.
What are we looking for?
That fucking boy.
But the one with the pig, he followed
allow
you
me.
guys for a long time.
Allow me, guys. AGR, I'd like to scan the area for my arch nemesis, boy.
All right.
Boy with pig.
That's like a God of War. Boy!
Make an investigation check.
I haven't played God of War, but I have heard that.
Not today.
So, Emmy, you're looking around. You like double check inside the shed, and you look around and you don't see the boy, but you look over back towards the rest of the group, and they're on the other side of the courtyard, and you see Wilfred just standing there, and he's looking up at the keep towards like the stairs, and right behind him, just about 2 feet behind him, is this boy, just standing there, just staring up at him. And it's clear that everyone in the group, except for Wilfred, sees this kid. And he's just staring at this guy and then looking back at the other party members and looking up at Wilfred.
I make the gestures like shrug. I look at the kid and I just shrug.
The kid shrugs back.
Staring up at the keep, I'm going to now. I'm like not staring at like a window, but just kind of off in the general direction. I'm gonna shake my fist up to the sky and go, "Boy!"
All of you see this boy right behind him, shaking the same fist and just mimicking his movements. Perfect.
Does Wilfred keep watch on that staircase to make sure that
Yeah.
the boy doesn't? Okay, well I know where he is now, so he's not next to us.
No.
Okay, so Berillion. I know we just met. As in this whole group. You just met our group. And we how much fighting experience do you have?
I have some training under my mentor, and that battle with the changeling that ran away. Other than that battle, it's mostly been.
Okay. And you have been brought up by the church?
Correct.
Who was your... I'm just gonna use the names of the different types of things in Catholicism because it's kind of similar. Who was like the priest that that kind of oversaw your training, or monk actually?
Should I name him, or do you have an?
Yeah, you can name the guy. It would have just been like an old paladin, and you wouldn't have even like most paladins are trained in the monastery, but this guy is not that trained you. Is not like super mobile, and he has like kind of a prestige position at the cathedral. So you did most of your training there just with him.
Is he missing his left arm?
Probably not.
Sir Gilbert.
It's not a Star Wars movie then. Okay, well, while you...
His name is Alexandros
Alejandro.
Oakenshield.
That's funny.
Okay, wrote that down. So do I if he has a prestige position, then I know of this guy.
Yeah, yeah, you'd be aware that you've seen him. Actually, you've probably all seen him. Like around the church when they give a sermon out on the street, he stands there by the door along with some of the other folks. He's kind of too old for his armor.
Okay. Do I know if this guy is like super gung ho for the Inquisition, totally all in on heresy, or is he... I'm trying to figure out if Berillion has been trained by the church to be super sensitive to even minor things that could be considered heresy by an Inquisition. So I was trying to figure out who taught him to see uh, where his training would have come from.
Okay. So Berlin, your mentor is an old man, and he's got a reputation for being a hard ass. But in your experience, he has certainly seems to have softened up over the years. Um, he was given the opportunity to be an inquisitor, and he declined. Beyond that, I think it's up to you how.
Do you have like, what kind of paladin? Do you have any idea what kind of paladin he is, or should I tell him? Or like design?
I think what really matters here is sort of his like
Demeanor
opinions, his
and his
demeanor,
yeah.
his way of thinking. So
Because that
he's
gets
an old
imparted
dude.
on you.
Yeah, he's an old dude. So you could say he's a traditionalist. You could say that he's as if you're a paladin of Silhana, he's also likely a paladin of Silhana. So he may be less of a hard ass than some of the others. It's really up to you. There are things like I mentioned. He declined a role as an inquisitor, which would be how he ended up here. Which means that he again might not be like a super hard ass, but it also might just be he wants to stay at home and his bunions are hurting him. I don't know. It's really up to you how much of a heretic burning zealot he is.
Well, being a follower of Silhana, he really hates elves, but he thinks that he can, like, so long as magic is used against elves or for the benefit of the church, then he can let it slide.
Wait a second, AGR, is this the same god that's a god of nature? I might actually worship that. It just hit me.
This is the tree in the astral sea. The
Yeah,
great tree.
yeah. I
The one
probably
that
should have
the
noticed
sap,
that holy symbol too.
Probably did.
the one that the sap gave the elves immortality when they stole it.
Yep. Jerks.
Fuck elves.
Quietly
That's
hides
fantastic.
the canisters of Agent Orange.
And do you hold those same opinions?
Are you asking?
Yeah, well, I mean, you just mentioned that's your mentor's outlook, but sometimes uh, what gets imparted on the trainee is a little bit different. So I wanted to know what your opinions.
Well, when I take my oath, it's going to be an oath of vengeance. And I consider elves and changelings to be the greater evil. Magic used against them will be just another means necessary in this war.
Okay, and what about when we're fighting, let's say, a giant wolf, or even just like a giant? I don't know where we're going. Or we're chasing down a rock. I mean, you were here when that rock struck. We almost went after it.
If it would save the lives of the innocent or those that would fight against evil, then I will look the other.
Okay. You're
Insight check.
against it, but you understand that it's for the greater good.
Magic is a tool. and it is on the user of whether or not they use it for evil or good. I will not be using arcane magic myself, but I will decide whether or not those who use magic are evil in themselves.
Well, you've already met the gnome, and gnomes are known to use magic that doesn't come from a divine source. So what's your opinion on gnomes?
Probably similar to a lot of people. They're annoying, but not much more than a nuisance. I'm not going to kill every gnome I see.
Okay. Uh, if you ever have issues and it seems like someone in the party is doing something that you disagree with and you think is heretical,
Then Day's
um,
fault. We got your back.
then you can always come to me. I again, I hold up my holy symbol, like, you know, I cast guidance on you. Like I was training to be a nun, and before I got to my vows, I decided that I really didn't. I didn't want to stay stuck in the monastery, and I want to be outside. Um, so that's. But I mean, I I hold the tenets of the church well. Again, like you said, look out for heresy to make sure that things are going the way they should. Um, but there are multiple members of our party that are going to be doing things that are magical, that don't come from a divine source, and I just wanted to make sure that you would not try to kill our party members, or lock them up, or detain them, or report them to the Inquisition. Um, I have worked with them over multiple months now. We've worked together as a team on multiple projects, and they all have good intentions, and they all are doing the they're they're using the arcane magic in the same way that we uh, would be using our divine magic. But if you
Brillian will nod in understanding and say, just so long as they don't use this magic to harm the innocent, I will accept.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would be totally against that as well. I'm not gonna fucking let them harm the innocent. Um. Okay. Yeah, and on the elves and changelings, I mentioned yesterday that I have never met a changeling that I didn't kill, but that's because I've never met a non-evil changeling. It seems like they they like to work together with elves. Um, but from our experience over these past month, dealing with both elves and changelings, it seems like the greater evil is the elves, and the elves are the ones that are really pushing for, I don't know, maybe an invasion of the material plane, maybe just trying to get a foothold here. It's really hard to tell. We have interrogated some of them. We caught them alive, and we interrogated some of them. But they were low. They were low level, just grunts, sent to kill and get out. So they didn't really know much about the overall plan, especially anything about the Moonlit King. He's considered a deity over there. But we did meet an elf, 2 elves actually, that were not evil. They did not have evil intentions. They were just working for their boss. Their boss, like they have a very different society, it seems like, and it seems a lot more structured and a lot more, there's a lot more hierarchy. So it seems like, the higher ups, the ones that are super gung ho on invading, the actual grunts that are doing work are just there to.
Who's present for this?
It's just me and Berillion.
Okay.
And River.
I mean, if he turned invisible and went over, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I thought we were still walking to the castle. Sorry, my bad. Never mind.
Yeah. You guys are all like in the courtyard, and these guys have separated themselves from the group. Right now, there's like a boy standing behind Wilfred, making lewd, like he's like mimicking, like he's about to like sneak up and pull Wilfred's pants down, and then he's mimicking like Wilfred might be some kind of uh, pig or something. He's making like faces, and then he's like dancing around.
Oh, so I work for the state. Now I'm a pig, a fascist pig. I see how it is.
Yeah, and he's basically just making whatever ridiculous faces he can, and just trying to make as big a joke out of Wilfred as possible in front of all of Wilfred's friends.
Who say nothing?
You say nothing.
We can see this from our corner as well,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Mm.
So when Emmy talks about changelings not being evil, Berlian's face will harden, and like after he finishes talking, he'll say, "They may not seem evil, but they will say anything to survive, and they were working for the evil, and they may continue to do so now that you let them live. It is best to dismantle the machine one cog at a time if that's what it takes."
I
So,
agree. Dismantling the machine.
Around this time, the rest of you, a servant girl is gonna walk down into the courtyard, and she's gonna kind of give a slight glance at this kid and notice that no one else is saying anything. So she's not going to say anything, but she's going to hand a little note down to the group.
I'll take it.
And she's going to give a little bow and walk back up to the kid.
I'll open it and read it. If I can't read it, show it to Revert.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation is good.
So I guess we just walk back to the group.
I think we would. Yeah. We can continue the conversation later.
Okay, Idle. Looking at this slip of paper, it almost looks identical to the one from yesterday.
All right. While everyone's away, I'd like to, while Emmy and Bearloin are away, I'd like to just tell Revert quietly. I talked to Teresa yesterday, and I think something might be going on with her. We might have to talk to her when we get a chance to do so privately.
Who?
Poor Sleuth. Poor
Teresa,
Idle.
the Duke's daughter.
The one that left.
I mean, there's nothing we can do about it right now. She didn't want to talk about it when I talked with her, but something might be going on.
Well, you gave her a knife, right?
She should have a knife. Doesn't everybody have a knife? Is that just a peasant? Is that just a village thing? God, nobles are
No,
weird.
I meant a knife.
About this time, I think Amy and Borellian may get back.
What was the note?
I'm pretty sure it's just a summons. I'll hand it to Emmy.
What does it say?
It's almost identical to the same note from yesterday. It just says to be here tomorrow early.
Okay. And the girl came from.
She came out of the keep with it.
Okay. I think we should go inside because I don't think he's gonna want to walk outside to meet us. You know, now that he has like an actual throne and everything.
The note that we were given today says to be here tomorrow.
Yes. Early.
Wait. So the note we were given yesterday said tomorrow, and the note we were given today says tomorrow.
Yeah. They are the same note in the same handwriting, but, written on a different day.
You know,
He wrote you another note that says the same thing.
it might be easier if we just put up like a chalkboard's a thing.
I'm going to go to the door to the keep. Is there like a guard to get there?
Yes.
I'm just gonna ask him. Hello. Would you be able to go inside and just double check what that this note is accurate? The note that he gave us.
You hand him the note?
I don't hand him the note. I just say
He's
that.
going to hold out his hand and say, "Can I see the note?"
Yeah.
He's going to look at the note. And then he's going to knock on the door. And another guard's going to walk up to the door and he's going to say, "Hey, can you go see if this is legit?" And the other guard's going to grab the note and he's going to say, "Yeah, I guess." And then he's going to walk away, close the door, and you're going to hear his steps get fainter and fainter. And then they're going to come back a minute later. And the guard's going to open the door and he's going to hand back the note to the other guard and he's going to say, "Yeah." And then the other guard's going to say, "Yeah." And he's going to hand you the note.
I'll take the note.
And the door's going to close.
Yeah.
God, it's just like real customer service.
You know, we should just stick a charcoal or something so that he can write when he needs us.
Yeah. Well, I guess he just changed his mind. He wants to postpone it for tomorrow. Um. Uh. What's your name? I'm asking the guard.
His name is Thomas.
Hi, Thomas. Oh, it's not.
His
Would
name
you
is
be able to let the Baron know if he asks where we are? Let the Baron know that we did show up this morning.
He's gonna look at you and he's say, he knows.
Okay, and I'll walk away and out of the thing.
Okay, so what are you guys doing today?
let's go find that drunk guy and buy him more drinks. That worked out well last time.
Okay, so you guys have a day of downtime, okay? What are you doing with your day of downtime?
Shield and spear training.
Okay, great.
Copying
I'm
the
gonna-
spells.
I'm gonna move this right along. If you got dice rolls to make, go ahead and make your dice rolls for the day.
I will hand Revert my book and then go to smithing training.
All right. Most of you, I don't think, have to make any dice rolls. Robert needs to make some dice rolls, I think.
Yeah, hang on. I need to figure out how many I need to make.
Sure thing.
Is there one that I'm able to portent to a 16?
Yeah, I need to make 8 rolls.
Okay,
Oof.
make your rolls.
I will portent the most important one that you want into a 16.
Okay.
Neat.
Mm-hmm.
Seven
All right, so I have to
rolls.
make 7 rolls.
Do you want to portent the other one to a nat one?
As tempting as it is, I'm saving that for Emmy next time she buys somebody a drink.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
I'll nat one the wisdom save to avoid buying the drink.
You would nat one that nat one. It's too late. You already rolled it. But
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm still not learning Lehman's tiny hut.
oof. All right. So, yeah, the day goes by. I think it's pretty similar to yesterday with less problems cropping up. And the morning comes and you guys show up at the castle, I assume. Yes?
Yep.
Yep.
You get another note.
The exact same thing.
Yes. You have a day of downtime.
Just seems very fishy.
He's getting
Um,
settled
okay.
in.
Yeah, he's getting. Yeah.
Can I write a note to return to him on the note that he gave to us?
Do you have anything to write with?
I've been writing in my spell book.
Okay, do you have that?
I have all the stuff except for the spell book itself.
Okay. Sure. You can. Well, I mean, I guess if you have a spell book, you can probably read and write better than I've given you credit for.
I have a spell book and 16 intelligence.
Okay. Well, given that you have a spell book, I would tell you you probably don't have a great grasp of conversational English, but you could probably write enough to get by.
I can just write it. What do you want to say?
Just find like charcoal or something and have someone write on the wall when he actually does need us, instead of us having to wait for a note every day.
That seems a bit impertinent.
Yeah.
I believe that's a word.
You want to scribble on his nice whitewashed castle? That sounds good.
Eh,
Do that.
He's got like a
Draw
notice
a
board
big
somewhere,
dick.
doesn't he?
There is no notice board out here on the castle grounds that you can see.
Use woodworking to build a nose.
Is feel like he's testing us.
Robert, you want to make another day's worth of rolls for yours?
Can I
Ooh,
do
portent.
portents to help with that?
Sure.
Right, I gotta see what my portents are. 13's not bad, but I don't think it's actually good enough for what you need. I mean, it's yours if you want it.
I'll use it.
I feel like he's testing us.
Why?
I don't know.
So he is. Let's do it. Get paid to do a job, not ask him questions about why and when he went. Well, about why.
Secret message in the notes.
I'm pretty sure he would know not to embed a secret message in notes to us. We are too grossly incompetent to understand.
Some of us are.
Fair enough.
Okay.
He's also afraid that if you put a secret message in, we would find the super secret message underneath the secret message that he didn't intend to put in. That tells you to do something completely opposite of the secret message.
That's
After
more in line with our shtick.
after training every day, I would. If Beryllian is down for it, I would like to continue and even maybe finish that conversation that we were having. I don't know if it seems like it's just going to take a while, so I don't know if we want to do it during this.
I think you guys can probably run through that. I mean, unless you think you're going to end up in combat with each other through this conversation, maybe you could just have the conversation at your leisure.
Yes, well.
Yeah. So, you guys show up the next day at the castle.
Yep.
Okay. You get another note, and it goes on like this for quite some time.
At
How
some
many-
point, we have to make sure this seems weird. Unless this isn't weird, but it seems weird to me.
Yeah, it does seem weird to me as well.
Before the servant leaves, I'd like to ask her something, or him. if
Okay.
it's not-
So the servant comes with the note. What?
Do you see Sir or Lord Leash Wolflin after you give us these notes?
She's gonna say, no, ma'am. I go to work in the kitchens after I deliver the note.
Do you get the note directly from him?
Yes.
Do you know why he's having us come here to tell us to come the next day?
She shrugs.
DM, how long are we spending in the morning? Just sitting in the courtyard?
Somewhere between 15 to 45 minutes, probably. First day was almost 2 hours.
Okay, well, it's not like at least it's not 2 hours every day. Guess it's just nap
Let's
time.
roll with it.
If it's not in, what's the word? If it's not in poor form, could you ask him why?
She's just gonna look at you
I think we
and
should
say, nope.
Is he super busy?
Hey,
Maybe he's super busy all the time.
She's gonna say, well, I mean, he seems pretty busy to me.
Can I make an insight check? I see that hesitation there.
Make an insight check.
How many days of rolls do I get?
I'm gonna say at least 2 or 3 more before this happens. So go ahead and make 3 days worth.
portents.
Yeah.
15, 4, 23,
Yeah.
119.
Nice.
All right. Well, that means I really
Take
don't
your
need
pick.
to. Yeah, yeah.
How many days of downtime do we have total?
Three more.
Plus the 2 that we've already
You
had. Or is
had
that...
you had 2, and then you have 3 more. Yes, you've already had 2. You get 3.
Cool.
More lizards being crushed by a single brick.
So I'm going to.
So what does 17 tell me, AGR, with the inside check?
That she like probably shouldn't be talking. But she seemed like she was being honest.
Listen, I'm new to this. If there's anything we can do to help our gods, what you would call it, our boss, please let us know.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna know anything like that. I think we're gonna have to ask a god.
Yeah. Okay.
She's gonna say, "Is that note your orders? Is that what's in?"
Yeah, every day he's
If you
giving
want
us an
to
order.
help him, do what it says on the note. You guys have a lovely day. If you're still here in an hour, I can bring down some snacks or something. We might have some bacon.
I'll take that. Yeah,
Okay, you'll have to give me a few minutes. I'll bring some.
that's fine.
Yeah, she'll wander off, and
Thank you.
15 or 20 minutes later, she'll bring a whole heap of bacon.
Oh, that makes Loki very happy. I almost never eat meat.
Is it a different guard at the door to the keep?
Yeah, but it's the one you saw inside before.
It's Tim and Jim every other day. They just swap out who's outside and who's inside.
Yeah, it's a little hot. Middle of summer.
I will ask the guards at the Well, okay, I'll ask for their names. One was Thomas, and what was the other one? When he's the one outside, I'll ask for that person's name as well. That guard.
All right. I think he'll be like I don't know, Joseph.
Thomas and Dom. Yes.
Eh,
I hope there's a Jimothy in there somewhere.
And what's your position? Like, what is the actual title for your position? Is it just
Sir
guard of the keep,
Guard.
or is it guard of the castle, or?
he's gonna tell you. Well, I started off in the city watch. Worked with them folks for a couple years. Sir Wolflin said he needed more hands up here at the castle, so the bailiff had me brought up here, and I don't get paid by the bailiff no more. I get paid right up here every other Saturday. I suppose that makes me Sir Wolflin's man now, and he kind of stands up tall and straight like that means something.
I smile when he does that.
Well, that's because it does
Um,
mean something.
And are there any female guards for the castle? The castle guards.
I mean, these two are clearly not female. The place is not heavily staffed with guards. Why don't you make an investigation? Oof. So over the course of several days, you look around and you never get a good look at any of the other guards. You see several other guards, like at the gatehouse and whatnot, but it seems like every time you're going in and out, they're like not paying much attention to you, so they're looking the other way or they're walking away from you, or you know, you just don't get a good look at anybody.
Hey,
Okay. Go ahead.
today's another day where we get shoot out and told to go tomorrow, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I wanted to do something on that a couple days ago, but time moves on.
Why don't we where are we right now? Actually, AGR.
You're in the castle courtyard in the morning, and you just had bacon.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and whisper to the friendly. I'm gonna whisper to Idol. You know that thing I did like the other day, with like turning to
The yurt?
no, myself. Remember the dog that showed up? I can make a spider show up, maybe, and check on our boss. Do you think that's a good idea? It's a little concern for him.
Ask Revert. He's a bit more of the plan type.
Where's Revert? I go to Revert.
I'll help him find Revert.
I'm not used to looking down. I'm like 6'8".
I mean,
Uh-huh.
that gives. Go ahead.
Hey, Revert, I'm a little concerned about our boss. I want to check up on him. And I can do so discreetly. Do you have anything that might help with that?
Well, actually, can we hear this, or is he whispering only?
I mean, he's being quiet, but probably not that quiet, I
Yeah, I'm
assume.
a huge 6'8" fellow. Like, there's plenty of bass in this voice.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I feel like you're all like the only people around anyway, so I don't think he's got to be that quiet.
Well, what can you do that's discreet?
I can turn into uh,
Spider.
small, unassuming animals like spider.
Sure,
So,
turn into a spider, climb up the side of the building, go inside. What do you need me for?
I was actually thinking of just using the previous recon device that we've had. Your recon device, Revert. I mean, I guess we could use idols as well if you're too busy doing spell.
have an owl. That's not really inconspicuous.
I have a war rabbit. I'm not sure how much you want that to be doing recon.
Well, can you do anything to help me be not seen as easily?
Yeah, yeah, I can. Mm-hmm.
Would you do so?
We would need to do it not in the center of the courtyard.
Sure, just
Okay.
turn into a spider and I'll turn you invisible. Then you can be an invisible spider that goes and sneaks around inside the castle.
Are there guards near us?
Nobody that's within earshot.
Okay.
Reminder:
So
the
actually, before I do this, do you know where our boss is in the tower, the castle? So I know where to look.
we would have gone to that
Probably the
room.
third floor.
We would have gone to that room when we did the pokey test at the beginning.
Yeah.
So we would be able to explain the path.
Can you explain the path? You've got a map somewhere. I mean,
So
I
I've
can
got
give you a
minor
map.
illusion. There is now a holographic, like exploded view of this keep, showing him exactly where to go.
That's fancy. Wow. Okay, I go. I'm ready.
There you go. There's the map.
Yeah, and when he turns into a spider, I'm going to cast invisibility on the spider. So there is now an invisible spider skittering around the castle.
Okay, so you turn into a spider in the middle of the courtyard.
Mm-hmm. I disappear. Effectively disappear. So actually, well, let's not be
I wanted us to
completely
do
oof
this
about that.
somewhere else.
No. I feel like at this point you've just turned into a spider in the middle of the courtyard. Well, I mean, I don't think you're in a lot of danger, but yeah, well, his perception checks it too, so I don't know.
Idle's just gonna have a blank stare looking at where the druid was, wondering, did he really just do that?
Your druid friend disappears.
So I go.
Life seems to go on in the castle.
Yeah, I make a
Okay.
beeline to the third story, sticking to the ceiling where I can.
I think it would be
After
a
he's
great
gone
help.
for like, a couple of minutes, Rever just wonders to the rest of the party. I wonder if I should have told him that it only lasts an hour.
I mean,
Okay,
Nah,
so
it should be fine.
he's a spider. People don't know
Wouldn't
the
the Great
spiders.
Hall be the area, not the solar?
you told him to go to the third floor. So he goes to the third floor.
AJ, I would like to know in hours, more or less, because that is
I'll let
my
you know.
wild shape duration.
I'll let you know.
Mhm.
It doesn't take you more than a few minutes to get up the stairs. I will say probably in the ballpark of we'll call it like 5 minutes. You got to scurry up and kind of make a weird route. Yeah, but you make it to the third floor door, and I think you can slip right under there. I don't think anybody's likely to see you. I think you can come in like right under the wooden walkway, and then through a crack in the boards and right under the door without any guards really ever having any chance to see you at all.
Did I portent
Sure.
for today?
Not to tell you what you do, but I think like I have a better visual than you do. You're not an idiot, I assume.
Yeah. So what do I see?
A long hallway stretching out in front of you. All the doors appear to be on the right-hand side, except for one, which is at the. No, I suppose they're all on the right-hand side. You just see a long hallway with a bunch of doors all on the right-hand side.
Any important people? Any important looking people?
There's a guard in the hallway near the back, far end of the hall.
I'm assuming that's where the important place is, so I go there.
Okay, yeah, you walk past an open door which looks into a room that has a couple of benches and a window and a bed. You walk past another door that is closed and another door that is closed. And then you walk past this guard. You just probably skitter along the wall right behind him up to another door which is closed.
So I'd like to get under that door.
Okay, you slip under the door. You emerge into a room which is dimly lit by a fireplace on the southern wall. There's a long table with a bunch of pushed-in chairs, and another door on the far end of the room. There's a big fluffy rug in the middle of the room.
So I'd like to go where the closed door is.
Okay, you move across to this closed door. I assume you go on.
Mhm.
Okay, you are in a room that appears to be about 10 feet wide by 15 feet tall. There's a little bookshelf and a table and a big bed and another rug and another one of those windows. It's like a little alcove with windows and a couple of benches. There are no people.
Weird. Well, Loki isn't very smart, but the biggest, most important looking place, There is no sight of Sir Wolflin. So I will look in the second story.
Okay, I think you probably just go out the window. How smart is your character? What's his int?
It's 8, but wisdom, my intuition's pretty good. It's 16.
Okay, well, I'll say your spatial awareness is probably not completely garbage. Yeah, so you crawl out this window and down and into the window below, into the Great Hall, where there is a long table and a solitary man sitting at the far end of it, and he appears to be basically buried under a pile of books and scrolls and writs and a map, and he's writing.
Does his appearance match that of Sir Wolflin?
Yes, it does look to be Sir Wolflin.
Does he appear to be under any physical pain?
He appears to be under great duress.
Yes, stress is fine, but pain is what I'm looking for. No actual pain.
He is holding his head.
He's just stressed. He'll be okay. Okay. So the boss is okay. Very good.
He has a traumatic brain injury from a fight with a changeling assassin.
Like, that's something I was kind of looking for.
He does have a bandage on his face. Yeah. But you know,
Does it look superficial?
I mean, not really. It's a big old bandage on like, it's not covering half his face, but he's got like a big old bandage wrapped around one cheek.
It wasn't like that before?
No, it's been like that.
Oh, okay. In that case, that's fine. Okay.
No one's ever really gone.
So he appears healthy, and he's just swamped in paperwork. Okay, Spoder leaves.
Okay.
Spoder will go ahead and get outside of the castle walls.
I think you just go back out that same window you came in through, and then probably you can go all the way back down to the courtyard, and it'll have been about half an hour.
And it's at this point I wonder, how long does invisibility last? And Spoder's like, oh shit.
Forever.
What would I do in this scenario? Where would be the best place for a big 6'8" furbolg to hide in the shortest amount of distance?
Did you leave the keep yet?
I am about to leave the keep, but if there's something in the keep which I can hide in, that'd be great.
Well, this room is very open. It has two big alcoves with benches and windows, one fireplace, one long table, a couple of little tables.
Oh,
have been
wait.
set up
We're
with
still
piles.
talking about inside the castle, correct? We're not
Yes.
talking about the outer walls. Oh, yeah, I'm fucking off. I fucked off.
Okay, you
Yeah.
go outside through the window into the courtyard back where the party is, but just on the outer wall of that window. But you know, that is inside the courtyard technically. And now you want to know what's close by.
Yes.
Okay. There is, there's a shed, there's a stable, there's this long L-shaped building, which is the keep that you were just in.
Anything else? I'm gonna go to the stables. Does it seem like someone's tending to the horses right now?
Yeah, there's a servant who has pretty much just finished filling all the troughs from the well, it looks like, and they're brushing one of the horses right now.
I've wild shaped before, Ager. How much time do I feel like I have left till that wears off?
By the time you make it over there from the castle, you feel like you've got maybe a third of your time left.
Okay. Does it seem like the servant's about to leave, or does it look like she's got more things she has to do?
Make an insight check. This horse is clean and is being brushed. There are several other horses, and none of them look particularly clean.
Hmm. But that does mean she's going to be a bit more occupied. I'm going to check the shed. How about that? Let's check the shed.
Okay. You go into the shed. There's
Was
a
it
big
locked?
pile of. Was it locked?
Was it closed? Pardon me.
Uh, it was ajar. But yeah, I mean it was mostly closed.
Okay, so it wasn't completely.
It's not a good door on it. It has like a little latch on the back, but it's not a good door. It's not like a real door.
Okay, what's in the shed?
It's kind of a glorified couple of planks, you know.
Ah,
It's like a little side room where they keep a big old pile of hay, and there's actually a couple of saddles in there. That's about it.
hmm. I think I'm just going to get outside castle walls.
Okay. I mean, shortest route, you just go over the wall right next to you.
Okay.
Um,
And how much time would I have to? How I feel after that?
well, once you make it to the top of the wall, you feel like you probably still have another 15 minutes, quarter hour.
What's the nearest source of concealment, like forestry, shrubbery, and such, to where I'm at?
You're on top of the wall, on the northern wall, it's really more the eastern wall, the northern corner of the eastern wall, by the stables, which puts you kind of where the river inlets into the moat. Uh, if you were to go off the wall here, you'd be outside of town on a hill on the other side of the moat from town.
Is there any obvious points where a sentry would be able to see me there?
Yes, that whole area is meant to be high visibility from the guardhouse.
Okay. Um, how long would it take for me to get to where the halflings are?
You would be on the wrong side of town for that. Like you're on the north half of the castle. So you'd
If
have
I
to go
can,
down and then all the way around, or you'd have to like go through the gatehouse south and then along the south wall down to the. It would be way after you're.
hmm. I don't think my character would honestly know what would be the nearest. Like, I don't know town very well.
Well, you're looking into it. You're looking over it from the wall.
Yeah, you kind of at a weird angle though, because you're on a hill on a wall. But the guardhouse kind of blocks most of your view of the town, or at least a lot of it. You can see a sliver of the north end of town, or I guess more realistically, probably about the top third of the north end of town, the northern third, and a couple of houses. No, you probably can't see those because they're too low to the ground. But yeah, you can see into town a little bit.
Hmm.
there is a sentry walking on the wall in your general direction.
So I'm unsure if I remain invisible. I'm getting in and out of wild shape. Does he have direct visibility right underneath the wall?
This is a it's like a 6-foot deep wall of stone. There's wood planking over the top, and it does overhang slightly, but
Does
not
it
enough
appear
to
as if the
provide very
guard?
much. The guard would have a hard time seeing you. They would have to actively look and lean over.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but they would have to probably lean over slightly, in like a way that might not be comfortable.
Okay.
It's like, you probably, if you're standing up on top of a wall, you probably don't want to lean over too far without a guardrail.
Yeah. Okay. So, say I get to the other side of the moat. How much time do I feel like that would take me as a spotter?
To get to the other side of a filled moat.
Going
What-
through the castle spire, the guard entrance or whatever the heck.
Okay, so you go along the wall into the gatehouse and to the other side. You don't know. Depends on what's in the gatehouse.
No, I mean skirting around on the outside, like on the walls.
Oh.
I'm hugging the walls. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
Okay, hugging the walls. You're pretty sure by the time you get to the other side of that, almost all of your time will be up.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go for that. And if I'm still invisible by the time I get to the other side, I'm gonna go ahead and wild shape into a different animal.
Okay. You are still invisible along the outer wall on the side of the wall on the outside of town.
Yep.
And
Can you wild shape into a different thing from a wild shape?
No. I have to action assume my own form, and then bonus action assume a different form. So there is a period of time which, weird shit's happening.
yeah, I'm not sure. Like, that happens in enough of a span of time. You might not actually be like a recognizable creature during that.
Weird appearances next to the castle. That's not going to put the town on alert.
No. And it's going to be such a small period of time, Guards are not going to be looking underneath.
Grab
I
my
don't
dog.
believe. It's very improbable. I think
I
I'm
mean,
pretty
you're on the outside of the wall, and that wall, like when you asked me what they would see underneath, I assumed you meant on the inside where there might be some kind of cover. I told you the outside of the wall is made so you'd be able to be seen from the gatehouse, and you are on the outside of the wall.
I thought they would have to be over the wall to see, and then like lean
Right.
slightly with a wood plank.
Right, because the wood planking is on the inside.
Could you show me a picture? I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. I thought the wood planking was an extension of the top of the wall.
No, the wood planking is essentially there is a 6-foot wall, okay, and on top of the wall there is they've basically placed wood planks over the stone to help like cover it, and that planking sticks out a little further on the inside of the wall because, mind you, on the outside of the wall you have battlements, right? The wood planking sticks out on the inside of the wall, and it would give you a small amount of cover if you were inside the wall. Now, separately and prior to that, I told you, looking out towards the town, that wall, if you were out on that wall or out in that moat area, you would be visible because that section of wall is like on like an L bend, And at the base of that L bend is the tower. The town map shows that.
You got the town map in front of you?
I linked it already earlier. To scroll up a little.
Yeah, I assume that was just a spire, like a little fancy doodad
But
for the gates.
you'd be inside that V right now. And on the like outside wall to the north of that little blue house, basically. Maybe a little to the northwest of it, near the moat. That guard that was just walking on that wall between the gatehouse and the stable, which is that northernmost building, would have probably pretty optimal like sight lines on where you are right now. Like you couldn't have walked more into their sight lines.
But that is very unfortunate. I misinterpreted what you said. I would have gone inside where there was at least some concealment. I figured outside, right next to the wall, would have been more surreptitious of me.
I mean, I can let you change that, but you're gonna be inside the guardhouse at that point, which I don't know is actually any better for you.
Well, I'm gonna attempt to hide. I am invisible right now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna refresh the spoder. Yeah.
Okay. Um, so when you're refreshing the spoder, I think you probably fall off the wall.
Of course, I wouldn't be doing it on the wall still. If I
The
was to
thing
think.
is, though, I don't think you really accounted for the time you need to get down the wall. Like at all.
This isn't the first time I've wild shaped.
That's true, but okay, make an intelligence check.
Could I make it wisdom? That seems something intuitive to me.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you manage to you like have a moment as you're walking, like as you're scurrying across the moat, and you realize you're a little high up and your time is ticking down. So you start to scurry in a direction closer to the ground. And right when your time runs out,
I free fall. I don't try to like scurry down. I'm a spider. I don't think fall damage is a thing.
yeah, but you don't want to free fall because you'd be over the moat.
Ah.
And I think you're smart enough not to do that. So you beeline it closer to the shore, and then as soon as you're over the shore, you free fall and do your transformation.
All right. And I suppose nothing horrible happens, right?
No, he's rolling.
I mean, here's the deal. Here's the deal. All of that is horrible because you're a spider, and then you're not a spider, and then you're a spider. So you go through this expansion and contraction, which is incredibly uncomfortable. But no, nobody seems to want to murder you. So that's nice.
Yeah. I'm basically going outside city limits at this point. I'm gonna say I went to the bathroom. Yeah.
Okay, so you wander on out further away from the town. I mean, you got like an hour, so you make it pretty far. And then what? You just wander back to the party?
Yeah.
As a furbolg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So this guy's gone for like 2.5 hours. Invisibility wears off, and you don't see it. And at one point, the servant lady sees you're all still out here, and she brings out a cobbler. And Revert is done with it before the furbolg just walks into the.
Can I at least get a piece?
Roll
With
dexterity.
Trevor here, no.
Oh man, I'm not risking that with a gnome's jaw. take your hand right off.
Oh, now I
shit.
get a nat 20. What the fuck?
Oh, I should have
While she's
You
still
really wanted that.
while she's still walking the cobbler over, you see that she's got the pie scoop still on the plate. So you just grab the scoop and like lift up that slice of pie that's on there, or cobbler that's on there, and yeah, you grab a hold of it before it gets anywhere near River.
Sweet.
And Revert basically just Kirby's it.
Yeah, you all hear this suction sound, and before you know it, the cobbler's gone.
Just gonna sigh.
I just realized he would also make a great siege implement. Get the water to taste like cobbler, and he can drink entire moats.
So, yeah. Well, gentlemen, I had more content, but there was actually a lot of like a lot of little stuff that kept going on tonight that kind of slowed the content down. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with any of that. I enjoyed it, but it means I don't have to prep much for next session. That's good.
That means less chances of combat. That means I get a level up.
You know, you say that, but you don't know.
No one
Yeah.
knows that they
No.
really know.
Well,
For
let
all
me
we know.
Is
Let
there,
me
is
wrap
there
this
downtime
session.
at the end of this?
Let me wrap this session up in a nice tight bow for us, and I say that, but really it's more like a cliffhanger. So, given that you guys are still here and it's nearly lunchtime,
Oh, by the
well,
way, I totally tell the party Sir Wolfland's fine. It's just buried in
Yeah.
paperwork.
So the servant goes back in. You see she brings some food up the stairs from the kitchens. It is worth noting that there is no interior stairwell, so she has to bring the food out and up this outer stairwell to the second story where you know Sir Wolfland is, based on Loki's intel. And after a few minutes, Sir Wolfland comes out. And he walks up to the stairwell and he whistles down at you all in the.
I'll head over.
I'm gonna walk over and bet it has to do with old one eye.
How long has it been? 6 days?
Well, I can count them.
4?
I think
4?
I think you guys had 2 days prior to Sir Wolfland's promotion, and then you've had 5 days after. This is technically the 5th day, but I will give you the bonus days downtime just to ease the calculation.
Is that a week?
It's 1 full week.
Nice.
Full total. Okay, so once you all approach the stairwell where he's standing, he's going to look down at you lot and say, "Well, why don't you folks saddle up? I got a little something to discuss with you folks on the road." And he's going to say, "Right after my lunch," and then he's going to walk back in.
Great short rest.
Idol is about to say something and then decides better of it.
And that's it. That's where we're going to leave it.
Okay.